Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League for Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft. Here with your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host Baba Gusta and our admin Eisen, as we are here for the beginning of Division 2 in this fourth season. That is right. We're done with Division 3 for the week, and we're going to be coming in with Div 2, going live on your screens in just a short while with Clickbait taking on Red Vipers. Red Vipers, they were a team that we've been following for a while now, and here in Division 2, they've made their claim, as it were, as a team that is capable of holding their own. However, Team Clickbait, newly appointed to Division 2, are here to show us their mettle and their worth. And how better to start it off than against a team that has already been here and already knows how things go down. Let's join both of the teams here in the band phase of the map of Clubhouse, with the Hibana band being the first one to go through. Hibana being the first band on the map of Clubhouse, not really too surprising, all things considered. You want to make sure that attackers are not allowed to get hatches with as much versatility and comfortability that Hibana offers, and that's why she will be banned along with the Thatcher, taken out from the side of Clickbait themselves. Thatcher bans very standard, EMPs taking care of tons and tons of utilities that the defenders have. They will no longer be at play, and as if to follow up on that Thatcher ban, the Kaid ban will be taken into effect. Rather, once again from the side of Team Clickbait. Again, not too surprising. Kaid and Thatcher are a common band duo when it comes to the map of Clubhouse, especially when they're followed up with, say, Hibana or a Maverick. And Red Vipers looks like they don't want to, play around with or against the Valkyrie. Information will be denied with the Valkyrie ban coming out. The final ban of the map tonight and the end of the ban phase for this map as well. We'll be proceeding with round one with the bans being Hibana, Thatcher, the Kaid, and Valkyrie. Almost accidentally cuffed it. That's why that extra gust of air sort of blew out. But anyway, enough about that. Right now, focusing on the rosters that we have on hand from the side of Clickbait, we've got Teddy Luxia, whose name continues to persist as you, Zam, Noxy, and Kingslayer. While from the side of Red Vipers, we've got Anaconda, Electric, Ali, Seth, and Bearford. Basement Church and Arsenal Room will be the side of choice. Oh my, get 6 picked in. And I've kept the man for the mic long enough. Baba Gusta, how do you do on this fine evening?
I'm doing great, Jack, and a bit of a quick recap on Season 3, what exactly happened according to the tournament standings. Now, Division 3, where Throw Syndicate, Team Clickbait, and Jetter Vyuha promoted to Division 2. Whereas if we keep our eyes on Division 1, Team L2K, Dauntless Esports, and Red Vipers, unfortunately, were relegated to Division 2. Now this will be the first match in Season 4, where Clickbait goes up against Team Red Vipers. It's going to be a very amazing match to look at, knowing that both of these teams have... especially for Team Clickbait, they have a chance to get to Division 1, whereas Red Vipers are also doing the same thing, making sure that they would mend their mistakes, what they did in Division 1, and make sure to come back stronger in the next season. Whether the first site will be on Basement Church, an Arsenal Room with a 6 pick, where Anaconda kind of made a swap where he chooses to not pick Alibi and use the Vomai instead. Having that projectile deniability will be much more of favor for the defenders. Interestingly enough, we do see a reinforcement being made and also a rotation on the far left side of the Arsenal Room. A very interesting one, because most of the time you wouldn't see the wall being reinforced. They made an angle just so that the player who is holding it towards the Basement Church will be able to hold an angle right towards the hatch and get those kills. With a bit of different strategies being made right from then and there itself, that would cause a lot of changes in positionings and also changes in making their angles in towards the side. Now Seth is currently in... He'll be in towards the blue stairs, a very aggressive position that he's currently in, but needs to be careful though. We see that vertical lines of sight being used from the attackers. Looks like the Vomai magnets Interestingly enough, gets caught up, but the first frag will come in from Teddy Oi's AK as he eliminates Ali G. A first early frag. Ali G unfortunately goes down in towards the Arsenal room, I believe, whereas Electric will get spotted from the drone cams. Now, need to be careful with the push, in which Kingslayer wouldn't have any problems dealing with Electric, putting it into a 5v3 situation here. Team Clickbait is very eager to end this round as soon as possible. They've already maintained their positioning, they've even opened up the line of sight, and also they've opened the hatches. And now they're just waiting for the tunnel control and elimination in towards the place where Anaconda is currently holding, but he's not going to give that out that easily. Taking out Teddy Oy, Seth does the same, taking out Kingslayer, as it is now a 3v3 situation.
Making that a 3v2, Luxia's going to find Seth. Another big drop comes in. That's going to put the side of Red Vipers back into the disadvantage. It's all down to the FBI operators and the sledge from Zam. Team Clickbait looking a lot better than I initially thought they would in their first foray into Division 2 territory. But we've got Anaconda trying to peek, won't get the shot, unfortunately. Noxie's tipped off of his area, but no, the Ash will go down instead. Bearfur trying to take care of the Banshee. A little bit ill-timed there as he will go down instead. Noxie literally goes down into sight and is actually going for the plant. Is this advisable? I don't think so, but Bearfur and the Wamai are not in any position to deny this, as Zam will get one. That's Bearfur off the board. He sees the Wamai, but turns around at the wrong time as Noxie will drop. Anaconda now in a 1v1. He needs to find Zam and finish this off as soon as possible. If not, then we might have a clutch to start off for Red Vipers. Anaconda, I think, is deciding to try and go on this flank, but in a 1v1, given that he can't do much against a sledge who has vertical high ground on him, he's gonna swing wide, and is he gonna get it? Not quite yet. No! Tried to run for cover right against the wall, accidentally exposed just a little bit of himself, and Zam took the shot. He was already pre-firing, and there you go. Falling into the line of sight, as we will see in the instant replay. Red Vipers very nearly could have had that, putting Clickbait through their paces, especially towards the end. Unfortunately, a little bit of indecision on how to stop the plant that Noxie was going for was what unfortunately did them in. Now, I'm not going to say that that was the only thing that did them in. Of course, there were some unfortunate positionings, unfortunate situations that they found themselves in where they were getting shot from vertical lines of sight. For instance, Ali going down from verticality being played by the side of the ace in that round. Certainly not a way to drop, even if you were going for the C4 play. Not the best time to be going for that, given that, the attackers have some vertical control. Lessons to be learned here. Of course, Division 2 has had some time to rest, a little bit more so than, say, Division 3's teams, given that 3 teams down there just got into the division, and then, of course, the remaining 5 got 2 days less than Division 2 to rest up and get ready. So, understandable, Div 2, some teams may be a little rusty coming back after some time, and I'm sure we'll see a little bit more of that when it comes to Division 1, because they're the one with the longest break from the previous season, so they've got plenty to work off, plenty of rust and dust to shake off before they get started properly, shall we say, with their Season 4 run. Now, outside of all of that, Red Vipers, sure, they could be a little rusty right now. Clickbait, not so sure what happened in that mid-round. They seemed very much poised to take it, especially with the way they pushed in onto main stairs. They were very close to sight. They seemed to have vertical control, but then it started to fall apart with a couple of kills that unfortunately couldn't be caught on the spectator cam. But regardless, very important kills for the side of Red Vipers. That put the man count equalizer, between both sides. And once that happened, Clickbait seemed to be a little bit unsure of themselves. Anaconda going to take a ton of damage from what seems to have been Luxia's pre-fire for the hatch, but the impact tricks will still be attempted. Did that work? I don't think it did, as the kitchen hatch has in fact been breached. Anaconda, low on HP. He's got to be careful of his position, playing towards the K9 area. This position will be given away even more so via the drones coming in from the kitchen hatch, from dirt. Such a lot of drone work being done from Clickbait, all to aid their push, admittedly, but something that they will need to capitalize off of, because on one hand, you want information, sure, but information without going and following up on it isn't exactly going to do too much. All it's going to do is cause a little bit of uncertainty on defender positions after a certain amount of time, given that said defender will probably have moved to a different undroned position. Look at Seth right now, for instance. First floor, still allowed to roam up here, and he may or may not find a kill if he just pushes up a little bit more. There's somebody by the main stairs that he could find, and that could be Zam, but Noxy, and actually Kingslayer will be the one to find Ali. That's going to be the first drop of the Claymore, but Anaconda fires back, and so does the Jaeger. There you go. Seth comes in, takes a kill, 3 versus 4, and we've got the last 60 seconds on the clock.
Well, 60 seconds left for Team Clickbait to make their move, even with the tunnel control. They're having a lot of problems dealing with Electric and also one of the player who is playing nearby in towards the dummy. Now, talking about Anaconda, though, he is so low on HP, but so does Nox. The Anaconda gets one more, taking out Teddy Coin, yet another kill, cleaning out the entire place, even in towards the tunnel, and now on towards Hatch. Looks like Kingslayer will be all by himself, will have the diffuser in hand as well. The only problem is he needs to find 3 angry defenders. The MP5K deals some major damage to Kingslayer, so he will make his way in towards the main stairs. Now, Bearfur, he has information via the evil eye cams to not only just provide information but also deal some major damage by not even exposing his body itself. Electric goes for a very aggressive peek, finds the kill with the help of the default cam, giving away his position as Red Vipers will win yet another defense round, winning Basement Church. Now, well, actually, it's not 2-0. It is 1-1. I do have to apologize for that. Clickbait winning their first round of attack, and now it is Red Viper's turn to win their round of defense in Basement Church. Now, second floor CCTV will be the site for Red Vipers to defense. And talking about Basement Church Hall, we did not see any deployable shields being used here from the defenders, nor a player holding in towards the tunnel. We only saw one holding in dummy, and one of them who was still holding on towards blue. So if the attackers kind of made a decision here, maybe trying to give some much more heavy aggression in towards blue, taking out Legion in towards blue entrance might have given them the opportunity to get the control on towards the site and Hobby go for a plant in the arsenal room. But unfortunately, they've just managed to just try to get control on kitchen hatch. They did open up the kitchen hatch, they went for the drone works, and then next thing you know, just players started falling over and over again. Seth was still in stock, uncontested. They did not even went for a drone work in stock room where Team Clickbait gets flanked out from Seth by himself. He even cleared one, and then we get to witness Anaconda taking out players in tunnel, even on hatch, and the other player who just tried to go for the plant. A very quick, clean, precise kill from Anaconda, which would give them the win on Basement Church. But in this site of second floor CCTV, with some changes in the operator specs, you have Electric with the Bandit. He'll be the one manning the bandit charges to try to go for the trick in CCTV wall, make their lives much more difficult. But they do have to realize that the Maverick is still not banned. Clickbait can be able to use Maverick to open up the walls without dealing those bandit tricks. And knowing that the Hibana Thatcher Kite are the operators who've been banned, which is very heavy reliant on hard breaching capabilities. But we already see Ash in towards the stockroom trying to contest the bandit, and also there's an angle being made right towards the garage. That's where Anaconda is holding a very good angle just to make sure that he'll be able to eliminate Ash by surprise. But looks like he'll be able to keep his distance and use the breaching charges to take out the bandit trick, in which they will succeed. Electric falls back, and looks like Clickbait is one step ahead into getting that victory against Red Vipers.
Oh, most certainly. Clickbait doing what they could to make sure that the bandit was at the very least, a little bit disoriented about when to go. His timing was messed up, unfortunately, and he could not get the bandit trick in. There was plenty of room for him to do it. It was that his timing was messed up, and a beautiful shot by Tedu is going to find and finish off the bandit as we speak. And a grenade comes in to find Ali as well. Big drops coming in, but Kingslayer in the meanwhile has been taken care of as well. Clickbait have certainly lost a big player in this situation, but they can still make it out of this relatively unscathed. And I say that because we're going to see another chef snake coming in. Zam Throws it. Is he going to find anybody? No, it doesn't. Just a little too uncooked in that situation. Didn't quite explode where he wanted it to. Going all the way to the corner and not finding anyone. But Seth, he's watching that window. Bad push from the side of the Ash. But he's going to go in and get another one. Triple kill for Seth. He seems very hungry for this ace. And he certainly could go for it. But no, he'll be shut down. Zam gets his double. But then there was shots being fired towards him. The ace in the meanwhile jumps in, gets taken out. And a trade between Anaconda and Zam is gonna end the round in favor of Red Vipers. Unfortunate, but Team Clickbait far too jumpy for their own good right towards the end there, as we will see in the instant replay. And I quite literally mean that, seeing as the Ash, not sure what went over Luxia's head right there, thought he could just jump in through CCTV window, no contest. He couldn't. He got taken down, and Seth went off of that to get a third kill for himself and a second in that spree onto whoever was rappelling outside of the breach. That was most likely Noxy in that situation. Excuse me, out there. And that certainly made things just that little bit harder for the side of Team Clickbait. And then, of course, you had Teddy Oy, the ace, making a very similar decision to what Luxia did. He jumped in through his own Selma breach through that construction single wall, and he got taken out for it by the Legion, much in the same way that Luxia found his end at the hands of Seth. So, you know, Clickbait getting a little bit too jumpy, a little bit ahead of themselves, thinking they could brute force the situation without really having taken control of too many places, key places that Red Vipers were defending in. And unfortunately, they paid the price for it a little bit too hard for their own liking. Red Vipers on the defense certainly making Clubhouse work for themselves, as they will be the ones heading into this 2-1 situation and into second floor gym bedroom. Interestingly enough, of course, this is the only other site that they have access to right now for this specific round outside of first floor bar. And I mean, at this point, we don't really need to go over why first floor bar is not a site that a lot of teams like to attempt. I mean, it just is. Excuse me right there. Every map has that one site, and first floor bar is that for Clubhouse, and that's pretty much the only explanation anyone will ever need as to why that site is not played. For the time being, we're going to see tons of excuse me, there are tons of horizontal pressure coming out from the side of Clickbait, but Red Vipers not entirely prepared yet. They're still doing the last touches, the finishing bits and pieces of the setup that they want to do inside the site. They're going to need to make sure that they are ready when push comes to shove, and it seems like they are, but a mirror window will be popped from below. Excellent work by Clickbait, more specifically Kingslayer, who got in and got that done, and I'm pretty sure there was plenty of droning to help him in that situation. Red Vipers losing a very key piece of utility, but Seth is able to go out, sees the Ash, he's gonna get him. Yes, he does get the down anyway. Doesn't confirm the kill just yet. I think he may peek to finish it off. Seth, not quite. Luxia is still down. He could be revived if Seth does not go for this, but Seth is playing this cautiously right now, as Tedio is going to get one. That is a big drop onto Electric, making it a 5-4 as the thermite breach goes off towards that jacuzzi wall.
Well, Teddy will, however, revive the Ash, put her back to 10 HP. But if you take a look at Teddy secondary the secondary gadget, he has a breach charge instead of a smoke grenade. A very interesting choice of pick there from Teddy because most of the time you'd see a smoke grenade, but we see Seth with the MP5K taking out Zam, putting in a 4v4, making sure the logistics hatch would not happen. And Luxia, the vertical line of sight did favor him, but Anaconda is still here in towards the kitchen, taking out Kingslayer. Will Luxia won it out? No. Anaconda will get one more, taking out Luxia, as Noxy and Teddy will be the two operators in from the side of Team Clickbait. Now, one of them is already dropped down in towards logistics office, prone and waiting for the defenders to make their move, but looks like they don't have enough amount of time to sit around and do nothing. They have to go for the drone work, they have to find these players, they have to go for the plant, or else the round would go to the favor of Team Red Vipers. Now Teddy he's just again patiently waiting. He still has those drones. He'll be able to give some vital information either in towards construction or bedroom, in which the thermite will make his move as well. Currently still holding an angle right from the jacuzzi, but oh boy, the ILG will be able to eliminate Teddy as it all goes down to the thermite. And the MP5K from Seth will claim the life of Noxie as well. Red Vipers, a very good lead, 3-0, winning second floor gym as well. As we take a look at it in the instant replay, round 5 is underway with Team Red Vipers a very huge lead on defense, as they'll be the one picking back Basement Church side. Basement Church side was picked at round 2. Since this is round 5, they just had to wait for 2 rounds for that side to unlock, and there you have it. Round 5, Basement Church will be the side for them, and they still have 2 more rounds to see whether if they can make it into either a 5-1 or is it going to be 4-2. We're about to find out the site, a very a difficult site, as I might like to call it, because the only place where Clickbait did one was at Basement Church, and then at the second round itself, we did get to see how how adaptive Red Vipers were, and also the way how Anaconda still holding in towards that dummy position, getting 2 kills, eliminating both the tunnels as well as the kitchen hatch drop. He made sure that the attackers wouldn't set foot in towards the site, and with it, Clickbait, they need to figure this one out. They need to figure out their weakness. Just like I said, blue push, take out electric in towards blue, then maybe push in with some split, try to take out Anaconda holding in towards dummy with a good pre-fire or a ball bang to eliminate him. It just needs a good amount of information via the drone works. And talking about the operator specs on the side of Team Clickbait, we have the Ash, we have the Sledge with a total of 2 grenades, a very good kit when it comes to making that vertical lines of sight, especially towards on kitchen. Now let's see, with the action phase coming into play, whether Clickbait has figured out a solution to Red Viper's line of defense.
Well, it could certainly be that case, given that Clickbait did take this site in the very first round against Red Vipers. But Red Vipers have since claimed 3 additional rounds, getting themselves in a 2-round lead and putting Clickbait very much on the back foot in this situation. Now, Clickbait certainly could take this round, make it just a little bit closer, and sort of try to fight against Clubhouse's defender-sided nature that Red Vipers are taking advantage of. But then you have the situation, you have these plays, of course, by members of Red Vipers. For instance, Seth just now peeking out of Stock's door finds Noxie. That's a huge kill for multiple reasons. Most importantly, Noxie is your principal heart breacher. The ace can only get 1 hatch, and it seems that Moto Hatch will be the one that Teduar chooses to focus on. Kitchen Hatch cannot be breached because there are no operators who can bring any secondary heart breachers in that roster. Kingslayer is not deterred, however. He's going to find Ali G, take him out, and another one, Seth, to go down. Suddenly, the man count has shifted drastically, and the Womai is going to get taken out as well. The Sophia approaching through main stairs is unimpeded, excuse me, right there. I went through several iterations of that word. Triple kill, make that a quad. No, actually, do not make that a quad. That's Teduar to come in and take the kill away from the man Kingslayer. Unfortunate for him, but the higher fire rate wins the round in that situation, and Clickbait firing back on all guns, just like we were thinking, will be able to take Basement Church with almost no problem whatsoever, except for, of course, losing Noxie early. I think that's what really, made them angry. They were like, nope, we've lost our hard breacher. There's no point going for hatch breach related stuff. Let's play vertical. Kingslayer, you push up, and it worked like a charm at the end of the day. Second floor CCTV and Cashion will be the site of choice going into the 6th round. Unfortunately, Red Vipers will not be able to take a 5-1 lead like they would have wanted to, but a 4-2 lead will do nonetheless. And I say that because that will put them in a fairly advantageous position going into the attack. They'll have momentum, they'll have the round advantage, and that sort of nullifies the disadvantage of going into attack on the second half. That and the fact that Red Vipers' attack when it comes to Clubhouse has proven itself to be fairly potent whenever they manage to get going. And, they've been a little bit more consistent at that in the space of the last season. They got better and better and better at it. And now they may or may not have gotten even better at it in the break that we did not see them for. The 6th round is certainly going to be a very interesting one, but everything after that will also be very interesting indeed. Talking to the admins in between, before the match began itself, me, myself, Baba Gusta here, and our admin, we were sort of talking to the admins thinking, okay, let's get some predictions in and whatnot. And more or less, every single one of us agreed that whoever wins this match itself is going to be a close-ish to very close one, as in say a 7-4, 7-5, maybe even overtime. I believe one of our admins said that overtime is very much a real possibility in this game, given what we know of Team Clickbait. Now, this performance doesn't really convince me of that just yet, but it is still very much a possibility that Clickbait pushes for overtime. If that is the case, then ladies and gentlemen, I will be all the more happier to have been proven wrong. But for now, we're going to have the CCT breach come in. Noxy, wow, that is a drone toss and a half, my guy. A little bit too far, however. He's going to have to get that back. He will. Just peeking through that stairs, not going to see anybody. Sees the Legion, marks his position as on the other side, horizontal pressure is being applied. The Jaeger is seen, but the wallbang will not come through from Teddy Oi as Seth manages to make a clean escape all the way to construction, leaving the horizontal pressure areas of the map open for the side of Clickbait.
Already, Team Clickbait with their information via the drones have a lot of information, but they could not, however, convert it into kills. They haven't got the access into his garage, where Anaconda is still holding that specific position, and the attackers slowly making their way into his construction. For now, the only problem is they need to deal with Electric's bandit charges being placed from the walls of construction. They did open up CCTV walls in which they'll be able to hold an angle, but still a lot of pressure being dealt here from Red Viper's end as well. Teddy Oi slowly pushing into his construction, so does Kings there, in which he already made an angle of sight into towards the logistics, and looks like he'll be able to make an angle in towards the CCTV window instead. Luxia slowly making his way in towards CCTV, and Sleth, oh boy, that's a very aggressive peek there. Can he get it? Yes, it does. Electric gets the same, taking out Luxia in a back-to-back kills, whereas Electric still in towards the main stairs. Zam gets one, taking out Ali G in towards stock. And with it, 40 seconds left, Kingslayer, a beautiful shot, taking out Bearfur, but Seth is still here for that refag, eliminating him, putting it into a 2v3 situation. Zam, low HP, and so does Noxy. These two players on the side of Team Clickbait needs to figure out a way to get towards the side, at least eliminate players in the side of Garage. A barrage of refaz coming in from the Thermite. Unfortunately, it works to no avail. So 15 seconds left for the attackers to make their move, in which they don't have any other choice but to push towards the side. Seth still in towards the cash room, needs to be careful for that line of sight, in which Anaconda gets gladly taking out Noxy, and Zam still towards construction, and here comes Electric with the MP7 to take out Zam. Red Vipers concludes the first half of round 6, winning second floor CCTV with a halftime score of 4-2. As we proceed to the second half, it's going to be a Clickbait on defense, whereas Red Vipers will be on attack. Basement Church and Arsenal will be the site for them as well. And with it, they need to keep that in mind that the Maverick is still in play, and looks like Anaconda will decide to pick that operator. And so does Nomad, though, interestingly enough, from Bearfur. You know, most of the time, if we do see a particular operator being picked, it's been picked for a reason, especially for Nomad. She's widely played in a map called Cafe Dostoevsky, where she can be able to hold out runouts in Train Museum window and also on Red Stairs window. I'm very curious to know on what kind of runouts just Nomad decides to block here. Maybe in Garage, technically more so, because you know, most of the time if the site is on second floor CCTV, you'd mainly place a claymore mainly in the garage entrance or at the stock entrance to prevent that run out to happen. And let's see what kind of positionings does Bearfur exactly. Nomad will be able to place her no jabs, air jabs. I just cannot believe I just said more jabs for absolute no reason. But hey, Clickbait, especially with Kingslayer, we'll be able to see him play the Mozzie, and also Noxy bringing in the mute. So we will be able to see that intel denial coming in from the team of Team Clickbait. So the only difference between Clickbait's operators picks would just be the Jaeger, because you know Jaeger has been mostly picked. He has the ADS. The ADS blocks projectiles, which even includes grenades, which will save the operator's life. So it is very important to have a Jaeger in your team. The only difference is whether Jaeger would go for a roam or whether he would go for a anchor push is the biggest question. And looks like Luxia will decide to hold in towards in the second floor bedroom with the help of Zam, who is currently will be in towards the logistics as the drone was coming from set, trying to clear out the site in towards the strip club and also in the garage catwalk. A lot of tensions brewing here from both these teams because Red Vipers currently they did win 4 rounds of defense, but now since they're in attack, they need to be careful with heavy aggression. Zam almost misses that opportunity, taking out Electric, but he will still be alive and be able to give information before it is too late. He's currently fall back towards the site. Electric does the same by pushing in towards CC3B, trying to get control on both logistics as well as on the bar, in which it's going to be a bit difficult here. Electric, oh boy, this is not going to look well here. Jaeger, yep. Exactly, not quite sure what happened there. Let's see, I was...
What is he doing there?
I have no idea, but anyways, an instant refrag will come in from Mozzie as he's going to claim the life of Electric. I have no words on exactly what happened to Luxia, but Kingslayer, oh boy, the B10 droning almost finds the head, but not enough to deal much more damage and claims the life, taking out Kingslayer. Now, Ali G will make his work to take out the hatch in towards the bar, which it might take a lot of time for him to open though. But a lot of mishaps and mistakes being made from both the teams as Sam takes out one, taking out Seth, making putting it in a 3v3 situation here as they will slowly push their way in towards the side.
Questionable decisions aside, looks like there's going to be a grenade coming in from Ali G. Not going to find anybody off of that. Anaconda as well. Trying to see what he can get, convert off of the situation that they have found themselves in. But there is nothing to be had other than a direct push into site to take out these defender positions. It's definitely been... Excuse me, that's definitely been quite the interesting round as Anaconda tries to find somebody vertical, but no, misses the visual cue right there of Noxy moving around deep inside of Arsenal as the mute is very much safe in his position. C4 goes out. Will that find one? Yes, it does. Anaconda goes down. Beautifully done as Noxy will assume position to watch the hallway where Bearfer is coming in from. Ali G sees the impact grenade. That's from the that's from the Malusi right there. Seems like, and that's just going to open up another line of sight that the attackers have to be worried about. Noxy misses his chances. He's actually going to try and push up, and he will get that, but Bearfer's gotten his own first kill in the meanwhile. He's going to try and get in, get the diffuser, but he can't. Unfortunate. That's a crouch rotate right there that he got stuck on. As we will see in the instant replay, Teddyoy had plenty of time to come and take the kill. Unfortunately, the Maverick could not go through the rotate because that is not a... That's not a run-through rotate. Unfortunate. He misjudged the height of that one, and it just about his forehead got stuck on that. Yeah, reminds me of that scene back in Star Wars where the stormtrooper accidentally, hits his head on the way out with the door still coming down. I remember that scene so fondly, I swear. But regardless, second floor CCTV will be the site of choice from the side of the defense, as Clickbait certainly could have had a better round. Excuse me, they had a better round, but they could have done a little bit better in that situation. Again, I have no idea, and I don't think even Baba has any idea, or anybody in this case has any idea of what Luxia was doing up there. He could have been on cams, admittedly. We may have missed that in the heat of the moment, but even then, even if he was, say in the situation that he was, how do you miss that? Why was there no warning? The Mozzie was right there manning a little peephole that he had through logistics. Where I will never understand that moment, ladies and gentlemen. It's one of those situations that happens in tournaments like these, in big, long-running leagues, where you just find these odd moments that stand out. I'm sure it's going to remain in my memory for a long time, into the future. Who knows where we go from here. But regardless, right now, Team Clickbait, one round closer to equalizing against Red Vipers, whom could have done a little bit better themselves, admittedly. Again, once they got put into a 3 versus 3 position and the pressure was being put on them to get into sight, optimize their use of the timer, and they weren't able to do that, that's when they really started falling apart, unfortunately, and could not recover the round situation. With this 8th round, they're going to look to improve that on second floor CC, but Clickbait may have other ideas. Oh, well, Ali G seems to have other ideas about that. He's unfortunately left the lobby. Hopefully, he can be back soon, at least to man the intel for his team for the time being. Mind you, that is the Maverick gone. That's going to make the hard breach that much harder, pun intended, on that main CCTV wall. As we're slowly approaching the 2-minute mark, and Luxia goes out to roam.
I mean, it will be the same positions yet again. Electric might be able to find the head of Legion without having to deal with one more. Although she needs to be worried about Luxia, in which she's currently fallen back into his cash room and leave the entire bedroom slash gym in towards the attackers. Anaconda, oh boy, he gets one more, taking out Kingslayer in the other hand, taking out the bandit, but still they need to worry about those bandit charges to be opened up, especially if you want to make lines of sight in CCTV. Now Luxia, he has a deployable shield to make that angle, decides to go aggressive in the window, finds one, but actually able to down Bearfur as well. Anaconda still needs to be careful with that peek. Will he get the shot? Yes, it does. A double kill. Re-peeking wasn't a good idea for Luxia to do it, and now they are in a big trouble. 2v4. Red Vipers haven't lost a single player just yet, in which one of them was just an accidental, disconnect. And whether Thermite is going to take some major damage with the smoke gas canisters, though. They will, however, succeed opening up the construction wall, and I believe they'll make their way in towards the cache. Now, Noxy is in a bit of a trouble here. He doesn't have any more smoke gas canisters. I believe he only has one of them, which is used to try to deny the plant. They have 40 seconds left. Clickbait. Actually, Red Vipers, though, they will go aggressive. And if Seth gets one, taking out Teddy Oi and Noxy will go down as well. Red Vipers, even with a man disadvantage, they will, however, win. Round 8, second floor CCTV. Now, my major question that I have to ask about Clickbait is that what exactly happened on the site of gym and bedroom? What exactly happened? You saw Legion with the rotate being made, and then the second, Luxia decides. I think, Luxia decides to not, go for a repeak, or actually, I would say a refrag, and then decides to go back towards the cash room. And then we did get to see another example where he was trying to, get a good aggressive kill right outside the CCTV window, trying to take out at least a nomad. But it would have been better to not go for that repeat yet again. There was a lot of mistakes that Clickbait did, and what Red Vipers done was just use those mistakes into an advantage, kept eliminating players over and over again, and with it was an almost flawless victory here coming in from Team Red Vipers. That's how methodical they were. I'm not saying that Red Vipers didn't make their own mistakes too. They did huge amount of mistakes in the previous round on round 7 Basement Church, where we did get to see a lot of mishaps from both the teams, especially from Luxia too. I hope, I believe, we all have our days. Luxia is maybe dealing with some, problems. Maybe he's trying to attain Zen mode just to make sure that he could control his emotions, stay cool, stay ferocious, and then when the time is right, he'll be able to come back stronger and eliminate them. Hopefully might be able to see an ace in the next round itself. As we are back, taking out the pause timer, we will be back with round 9. Second floor CCTV room will be the site, and let's see whether Clickbait has something to offer.
Well, they may or may not, depending on how they, how they decide to go about this, this situation. I mean, all things considered, the side of Clickbait was very much all over the place. I'm not sure what happened to them in the previous round. The Basement Church round a couple rounds ago was, it was all right, but at the end of the day. If we had known that that round would have been a prelude to whatever the CCTV round was, well, we would have definitely, been a little bit more cautious about predicting the rounds going the way of Team Clickbait. All things considered. I mean, Luxia has certainly made some interesting decisions, as it were. Excuse me right there. And Red Vipers, in the meanwhile, they aren't exactly, doing anything too out of the box here. They're doing what they've always done, pushing as they always do. And they have fairly the same team composition as we've always seen them have. Some minor variations here and there are to be expected, of course, as they try out different things to see what works better and all of that jazz. But for the time being, given everything we're seeing so far from the side of Clickbait, while I like their way of playing, it's not exactly there, not exactly, something that would help them really thrive in Wave 2, if I may. Grenades go out for the time being to take out Noxie's bandit batteries, and the Thermite will come in as well, helped and aided by the Maverick, making sure that Noxie is scared off sufficiently. The hard breach will go through as horizontal pressure is being applied as well. Electric takes a Goomine to the shin, knows that pre-fires will come in, is hiding behind the gym equipment for the time being. Zam, his position is pretty much exposed in the situation. He's going to be pushed, and he's going to be pushed hard. He needs to be careful here of where he goes and where he peaks. So the shots being fired, something tells me Seth could have gone for an attempted wallbang, but he won't need to. The Legion exposes himself and gets taken out. Electric peeking construction is actually going to get taken out by Kingslayer. That's a good job right there from the Mozzie. As the Ash goes down, making it a little... they're just a little bit better for the side of Clickbait's defense. 4 versus 4 with a minute 30 remaining on the clock. And yeah, it's still in a little bit of a setup phase for the time being.
Well, with that very anchor push from Team Clickbait, they lost Zam to try to, he was trying to go for an immediate rotate in towards logistics, which in fact wasn't a good idea. And now Red Vipers are slowly making their way in towards construction. The C4 and also a down, which is coming in from Luxia. Will be able to take out Seth, but an instant revive will come in from his teammate so that he'll be able to open up the construction wall. For that, they need to make this fast because they don't have enough amount of time left, 45 seconds to make their magic. The flashbangs will come in. Will it work? No, no, it does not. Kingslayer is still fine. And looks like Kingslayer is going to go down right towards the windows of CCTV. Now, Seth needs to be careful though, because Luxia is still being aggressive. Taking out Seth, needs to be careful of the CCTV wall. That's exactly where Anaconda is currently holding his angle though, but they need to make a move here, whereas the defenders are still patiently waiting. Already 2 down, which makes it a 2v3 situation. Looks like Nox is going to go down as well. It all goes down to Luxia in a 1v4 situation. Luxia finds one in towards CCTV, and Anaconda comes in to go for that cleanup. Needs to find that one last player. Does he find one? No. Luxia will be able to down the Thermite. Can he get the last one? No, it does not. Bearfur comes in to the rescue, taking out Luxia, even though he was the only man left. 3 players were down on the side of Team Clickbait. He was the one to make that win happen. Unfortunately, he could not pass through the last barricade. And with it, Team Red Vipers will be in match point 3-6. The site will be on second floor CCTV room. Even though like I said, Luxia he just needs that. He just needs that a bit of motivation to go on to. I mean, you did get to see how well he was performing, and unfortunately, it didn't work out well. But hopefully, in next round it might work out though. And also, if I do take a look at the scoreboards, though, Red Vipers already 2 players in a double digit here. Seth with 13 kills and Anaconda with 14, especially on round 10. Kingslayer will be the one who's going to be on top of the leaderboards, and looks like Red Vipers, they're in it to win it.
I mean, at the end of the day, outside of what we got to see, excuse me, there from Luxia right towards the end, I really have to ask, Red Vipers, what was the thinking behind the final push right there? They had 3 operators down, 3 people to push in and get the kills. Luxia gets 1, the Thermite and the Nomad are pushing in. Why is the diffuser still left outside? Why has that not been picked up? They could have gone for the plant to force Luxia into a far less comfortable situation. By allowing him to play around the server, the Thermite went down primarily because of that. He had the bomb for cover, the entire server shelf for cover as well in CCTV. That's how he gets away with plays like that. And it took a Nomad coming in from red to put him out of that situation, and only because Luxia was already very low on HP. Had he not been, I'm fairly certain he would have won that gunfight as well, making that a miraculous 1v3 and nothing short of miraculous for Team Clickbait. I say that because Red Vipers should not have been pushing that way. They could have picked up the diffuser. They had plenty of time to go for this. Right towards the end, I mean, of course, my voice is muted on stream at the time when Baba's casting, but I was just going like, what are they doing? What are they doing? Where's the diffuser? And they really didn't go for it. They could have. They had cover. They had time. They had people alive. But they didn't, I guess. They didn't want to. I'm not sure, ladies and gentlemen. Decisions, as it were, indecision and whatnot. It happens all the time when it comes to Division 2. And Red Vipers will certainly be happy at being on, match point for the time being. But Zam's going to make sure that they're still not comfortable. They're not going down without a fight. That is Team Clickbait is Noxy. Interesting position to hold right there. Tries to even get one with the SMG, but he won't, unfortunately, as the shotgun comes out. Will that claim a kill? No, it doesn't, because that's right below the shelf, or, the counter that Seth is standing on. It's not going to grant him any lines of sight to get a kill or two, unfortunate for him, but Seth is admittedly low on HP, so he's going to have to be careful of the positions that he picks. Flashbangs going out to try and make sure that the main stairs area is clear for the time being, and Zam has admittedly been pushed back, but Barefoot's going to take a ton of damage coming onto the main stairs. Still gets the kill. Where are you going, Zam? What is that decision making from Clickbait? What was the need for that run? He could have just stayed back. The Nomad is very low on HP. He doesn't know if he's downed or not, but he still goes for that. Unfortunate. It's really like this match is bouncing between very good high-level plays versus stuff like that, and I'm not sure, what to think about this match, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, one could argue that is practically Division 2, somewhere between Divisions 1 and 2, 1 and 3, excuse me, which makes it all the more exciting, as Noxy will take a ton of damage from the kitchen hatch, but not going to get taken out of that, and the corner trying to push blue cannot, because Teddy is still present and very much alive right behind the blue unit. Tons of damage being done to the Melusi. Noxy trying to find some tap damage, but is not going to be able to. The A somehow jumps in and actually gets the kill, and he will push into deep arsenal. The pass coming out from Ali G, but it will be denied. Very good push from Kingsley right there. All he has to do is hide. The C4 goes out. Is he going to find anybody? No, it does not. And the ace will still go down. Beautiful headshot with the Roni, as now only 13 seconds remain. They have to get in. They don't have time. Anaconda pushes up, somehow gets a kill, and the Nomad pushes in as well. Cannot get Kingslayer, who has single-handedly just won them the round, with the Luxia finishing off the final kill for the side of Team Clickbait, as we will see, excuse me right there, in the instant replay. What a round for Kingslayer right there, playing inside, well, not quite inside a deep arsenal. It was playing by the boxes area, managed to get one, i.e. the planter, the Ali G, the planter, the Maverick. And not only that, that headshot onto Ace was absolutely wonderful. And then going prone just to make sure that he had just a little bit of, just a little bit of advantage, trying to bamboozle the Nomad. Somehow worked. Admittedly, he'll just be happy that he got away with that. Second for CCTV will be the side of choice in this 6-4 situation. Red Vipers are still on match point. Excuse me right there. But even then, CCTV, it's a side that really makes me think, because Clickbait have not performed well here. Not at all.
Yeah, well, this is a worrying moment for Team Clickbait, because they haven't won the CCTV site at all. They did, however, bring some changes into their operator selections, bringing in the Pulse. And the man who is running the Pulse is none other than Luxia himself. A very interesting choice of operator specs. I believe the cardiac sensor will be able to give some viable information, maybe in towards talk. If he decides to go to go and try to do a bit of a roam, maybe into, he'll be able to find some major information. But the only difference is, can that information turn into a boon for Team Clickbait to win this round? We're about to find out in the action phase. Luxia with a spawn kill right towards the stock entrance through to the construction site. Unfortunately, won't be able to find one, or is he? You see two of the players who did spawn in towards the warehouse. They are slowly making their way. Barefoot placing her air jabs from a very common spot, and Zam Interestingly enough, we'll be able to prep for a run out, but having that information is crucial and vital, and that's where Luxia's cardiac sensor will come in play. The information is more than enough to give them the confirmation to go for that run out, to go for that kill. But interestingly enough, we don't see them opening up. So the reinforcing the construction wall, which would give them easier access in construction and then slowly make their way in towards the site. Pulse, though, will slowly make his way from the main stairs. Zam will hold his ground in towards second floor gym with the help of total of two ADSs, I believe, being placed from that exact location. He has a quick getaway unless and until if he gets a kill right towards Jacuzzi, so that he can fall back towards the site. The exothermic charge will be used to open up the CCTV wall. Jacuzzi wall has already been opened, and with it, the time for Team Red Vipers to push it towards the side. The run out, will it work out? Yes, it does. Zam takes out Bear for, can he get the second? No, it does not. An instant refrag will come into play as Electric claims the life of Zam.
Well, that certainly was quite the interesting round from Zam. Pretty much a do or die, all or nothing situation as he just went for it, as it were. Did get a kill and a big one. Bearfur going down certainly hurt Red Vipers just a little bit, but unfortunately it wasn't quite enough. Anaconda, did he not see the pulse just run by the main stairs? Okay, yeah, nope. I'm not even going to think about it. Seth is actually going down the main stairs. Luxia can very much get an easy kill, but no, he's actually been spotted finally, as Seth will try and take him out, but no, he's gonna get taken out from a different angle. That is Ali G from the main stage door. I mean, again, a sequence of completely unexplainable events, ladies and gentlemen, as I'm sure the tremble in my voice very much communicates as, oh boy, here we go, Kingsley started up again. He's going to find one. That's Anaconda down, and a very aggressive play indeed. Electric, where's he sitting in the smoke for? He's going to take a ton of damage as he tries to go and fall back down below. Is able to, for the time being, as Teddy finds him, right there, putting it in a 3 versus 2. Clickbait certainly looking strong for this round as Kingsley takes a bit of damage, but no, you have Teddy taking another one. It's his double, make a triple, and a Clickbait will be the ones to win round 11. Red Vipers figuratively falling apart at the seams right now, and I say figuratively because of course we aren't quite overtime yet, but you know, at the end of the day, we certainly could be, given the way that this match is progressing, ladies and gentlemen. Second floor gym bedroom will be the site of choice. CCTV taken by the side of Clickbait. Fairly, you know, fairly all right performance. The like Red Vipers, put more questions in my head than Clickbait did in this round, admittedly. And you know, at this point, I'm sort of tempted to say that it's a question, it's a competition of which team can put more unanswerable questions in our heads, because both sides seem to really be going for it, if you will. We're going to see the Mira get 6 picked out for the Jaeger in the meanwhile, as second floor gym bedroom is the site of choice, and the round of ones is underway. Clickbait have 1 round to go before they make it to overtime. Their only chance at winning this game. Red Vipers, on the other hand, have 1 round to go before they finally close off this match. They've been sitting on match point for like 2 rounds now, and in both situations, they had instances where they really should have won the round, but didn't, due to quite literally a comedy of errors, as they say. With that being said, the 12th round is underway, and Baba, I'm going to pass it on to you with the question, what is happening?
5 seconds left before insertion.
I have no idea, Jack. I have absolutely no idea on what is happening here, Jack. Because even I cannot answer the questions. I mean, just like you said, Jack, like league of unanswered questions. And let's see whether if Team Clickbait has some answer that they could finally some questions that need answering for. Looks like. And whether the attackers slowly making their way into the side of second floor gym, we do see Teddy Oi making his way from the main stairs. Luxia with an interesting 6 pick, switching from the Mira to the Jaeger. We see the Maverick using the breaching shots to open up the walls to try to take out the bandit's charges. The C4 will come in. Unfortunately, I believe it gets taken out from the electrifying wall itself. Looks like the second need will come in. Will it take out the bandit charges? Yes, it does. It will succeed. And the thermic exothermic charges will come into play. Noxy with a huge denial, whereas Seth takes out Zam. Putting in a 4v5. The Goyo goes down in towards logistics. He gets the second one, but just by dropping in towards logistics, the wall bangs will come in from both logistics wall as well as the bedroom, in which Luxia is trying to find the kill, trying to eliminate, trying to, neutralize the threat. But unfortunately, they still have the higher advantage. Seth slowly pushing in. He'll get one more, gets a triple kill. He needs to find two more. One is in the main stairs, which he doesn't have a proper information just yet. Teddy still near the deployable shield as the Zofia unfortunately gets taken down. Teddy does the same, taking out Electric. The dream is still alive for Team Clickbait to put this on overtime. Does it happen? There is a chance. Teddy with the double kill, taking out Ali G. All they have to do is to just waste time. Anaconda slowly making his way towards the bedroom, and Bearfur opening up the windows of construction. Need to be careful of Teddy line of sight, and also from Kingslayer, who is currently in towards the main stairs. Anaconda going for the plant. Teddy gets the triple kill. Needs to only worry about one last player. The Thermite gets one more. Now it is a 1v1. The Anaconda needs to worry about it. He has the diffuser in hand, but he doesn't have the information, doesn't know where exactly Teddy's location is, and he's going to do it by faking the plant. Will he fake it or will he not make it? He's not going to fake it at all. Teddy will be the man of the hour to get a 4K to take out the Thermite. Ladies and gentlemen, I leave the mic back to Jack because I think he knows what time it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to rumble? Overtime is in play. And, with all of that out of the way, what is happening? How does that round get won by Clickbait? I have so many questions. But we're going to have to reserve them for later. Relive the moment is certainly going to be very interesting indeed. A 2 versus, 5? I think it was a 2 versus 5. Yeah.
A 2v5.
I don't get it. I really don't get it. Where was cover? How did the first planter go down? How did Seth get in through logistics without being contested even once? What? Nope.
Is math related to science? No, we don't know. We don't know the answer to the questions yet.
You had to say that, didn't you? Well, anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it is 6-6. It is overtime. And we're going to see if more of these shenanigans continue in this 13th round, as we're going to be headed to Basement Church and CCTV from the side of Clickbait on the defense. Now, credit where credit is due. Winning a 2v5 in any situation certainly comes with its own fair share of displays of skill and whatnot. And they certainly did, fairly well, all things considered. Then again, one has to ask, what was Red Vipers doing right at the end? I understand Seth getting in completely uncontested. We see that very often in Division 2, where there's one area that's like completely unsupervised, and that gets taken advantage of. That's primarily how certain teams are able to dominate over teams just coming up from Div 3, who unfortunately aren't quite ready yet. But Clickbait, they face that and bounce back from it. That takes quite a bit, I will admit. Like I said, credit where credit is due, and they did well, all things considered. And Red Vipers, in the meanwhile, ooh boy, that last round is not going to reflect all too well on their playstyle as a whole. Not sure what's come over them today, ladies and gentlemen, but whatever it is, it certainly is not good, shall we say. And that certainly helped Team Clickbait get away with that 12th round. Right now, Zam, spotted by the drones, is going to fall back down the red stairs for the time being. The main stairs, that is. As, no, he's actually going to stick to his position, trying to go for some very aggressive peeks, and he's actually going to get one. Somehow, the Nomad loses the gunfight, only for the retrade to come in. That is Seth to take the kill. A much-needed one. Anaconda comes in for the breach on the Moto hatch. Gets that taken care of. as Luxia in the meanwhile trying to get a C4 kill or two. That's an Ash charge coming up to play vertical in the meanwhile. Electric is going to get a second one out. Tons of vertical plays being confirmed, and a C4 goes out, but that's a little bit too late from Luxia, unfortunately. He will not get that kill. Electric has taken a ton of damage, mind you. He's gonna have to be very careful about the pulse that is still present and alive down below. Luxia himself is taking a bit of damage, admittedly. He's not at the best of health, but he's certainly in a far better position than Electric is to take these gunfights as Dirt is being pushed. Meanwhile, Kingslayer, he's seen the prone peak, I believe, and Akonda's got to be very careful. Kingslayer really loves his quick peaks, but then again, Kingslayer looks like he's not about to go for that gunfight. 55 seconds remain as the 12th round is about to kick into high gear.
Hatch opened, still a lot of unanswered questions from both of these teams, but will we be able to see a major changes? Kingslayer prepped with the C4, just waiting for the push intel. He does it too early, loses that utility, and decides to go for that peak. And looks like Anaconda will also misses his gunshot as well. And looks like they don't have enough amount of time left here. 30 seconds. Red Vipers need to make a move. They haven't got control of the site. They only got controls of tunnel, hatch, and the main stairs. They're losing time. They don't have enough amount of drone wars to give their positions. They just only know that there is one in towards dummy, where Kingslayer just prone in. Unfortunately, gets taken out from Anaconda. The plant will come in. Seth takes another one. An instant refrag will come in from the Thermite. As well as Steady UI tries to make some amends. Seth immediately denies it, putting it on 1v2 post plant. It all goes down to Noxy, where he is currently in towards the main stage. Decides to go for a kitchen. Thought it wasn't a good idea and just gets taken out from Seth instead. 4k to Seth. The Red Vipers win round 13 attack. And there will be the one in overtime match point, where Red Vipers have to win their last round on defense. If it does not happen, we will reach to round 15, the deciding map, the deciding point to see whether who takes the round or not. But for now, it is 6-7. A very great place coming in from Seth with his 4k, and with it, there'll be the one to defend. Basement Church is the site, and we'll see whether Clickbait has another chance to make this yet another good comeback.
There certainly is, something to be said about the way that Clickbait played the last round, but at this point, I believe, we should stop beating a dead horse because it's already gone. Like, that point has been made a million times this match, ladies and gentlemen, and at this point I really don't want to talk about it outside of whenever we go into relive the moment. But for the time being, Red Vipers actually played that one a little bit better than they did before overtime, as it were, and it's certainly been just that much better for them in that situation. Now, interestingly enough, something that has just caught my eye, looking at the defender's table, Seth playing the Rook, that's not what caught my eye. What caught my eye are his stats. Look at that. 21-5-9. He is very close to breaking, I believe, what is the highest number of kills on record at the Esports Club, 24-6. Now, obviously, the KD won't be broken. Quite specifically, 24-6 is definitely far better than 24-9. But if he gets, at least just 4 more kills, he'll have broken that record, ladies and gentlemen. That's going to be a big moment for this, for Seth, of course, primarily, but also for Red Vipers. That'll be, just a little bit more validation of how important Seth is to this team. As with the Rook, he's gone out to roam with the Rook.
Yeah. Yeah.
That reminds me of a certain friend I play with regularly. He does the same thing, ladies and gentlemen. Seth is definitely reminding me of that for the time being, but no, he's actually going to fall back, unlike Seth. So, there's something to be had here. He's gone back towards a side. He's got his impacts ready, so he will be going for the impact trick should he need to. Takes a bit of damage from the Ash Charge from above, and another one. Wow. Yeah, those Rook plays really coming in handy for the time being, as a verticality has been established for the side of the attack. Clickbait doing what Red Vipers did in the previous round. Nothing too different, standard stuff happening for the time being. But right now, we are just waiting to see if Seth can make this work. It's really just down to this situation, this round that he's found himself in. Again, all he needs, I will reiterate, is 4 kills. It could be a 4K in this very round. It could be a set of kills spaced out between these 2 rounds, and he will. Oh, well, he very nearly started that off. Teddy I will take a lot of damage right there from the MP5. Not going to get downed, however, as he is more than alive in this situation. 5 versus 5 and a minute 30 remaining. I think this is the longest we've gone in this match without a body being dropped, which is definitely saying something. Both teams have been playing very aggressive, very jumpy, but haven't exactly looked too good while doing that as well. Seth trying to push aggressive on Kitchen Ash is going to get droned out. Minute and 10 remains. Clickbait need to get started on their side push, because if not, it's going to look bad as Seth is going to find one. That is Lexia gone, but 2 attackers will drop a couple of defender bodies. It's down to Seth to hold dirt. He will find it. It's his double kill. He's getting closer and closer to making this round for the side of Red Vipers. If he does, then ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a big one, as he's holding Kitchen Hatch with his life on the line. But Teddy will in fact move out. They're going to change the direction of their push. Whether or not this is a good decision, we're about to find out, as the drones have spotted where the Rook is. Shots are fired, but he will not be killed as Teddy goes down. In the meanwhile, Zam will know that the Rook is now actively peeking his position, and Seth knows that as well. He's going to go back, try to peek it, but no, Kingsley gets a double for himself as he takes down Bearfur in blue. 30 seconds and less, actually 22 seconds and less remain for this attacking team right now, with only 2 players and Electric and Seth remaining. Seth's going to get his triple. That's going to put him onto 24 right there. And now with only Zam remaining, Electric, does he get this kill, or is it going to be the man himself? He goes out to the hallway. Will the Rook see him? Not quite. Shots are about to be fired. Where's the sledge? He pushes. No, but Seth will get it. Ladies and gentlemen, that's another big kill right there for the man. That is a huge one indeed. And that, first off, is Red Vipers' victory. Seth's 4K, I believe, in that round. But more importantly, Seth.RV from Red Vipers is now the record holder for the highest number of kills in any match of the Esports Club, even in the previous league and the Pro League. 25-6-9. Note down that number, ladies and gentlemen. That's the one to beat for all teams in these next few months. What a game for the man. Even if it was mired with massive inconsistencies from both teams, you have to give it up for Seth at the end. He did a phenomenal job for the side of Red Vipers, and they're the ones who will win 8-7 for the side of, well, themselves on the map of Clubhouse over Team Clickbait. A valiant effort by Team Clickbait, but it was not to be, ladies and gentlemen. Take a bow to Seth primarily, as I'm sure he'll be watching this one back in excitement. Our admin announced it to the team as well right towards the end, and we saw all of the congratulatory words and whatnot being put into the chat. We'll certainly be looking into that more, just a little bit more. But right now, we're going to be going into Relive the Moment to talk about the match that we just had, ladies and gentlemen. And oh boy, are we excited to talk about this game. What a game and a half. Don't you agree, Baba?
Oh boy, absolutely, Jack. But there were some, doubts that I have to talk about from both of these teams, especially from Team Red Vipers. They were very strong on defense in the first half, winning 4-2. And suddenly, Team Clickbait got the opportunity to make an impressive comeback, winning second floor CCTV on round 11. And talking about the second half, Red Vipers had no problem dealing with the second floor CCTV attack, and somehow Teddy was the man of the hour, making that 2v4 happen two times. One was on CCTV, the second was on second floor gym, where he made a miraculous clutch. At that time, I just had a lot of questions to Red Vipers. What exactly happened to their attack coordination? Like, we did see Seth pushing in towards logistics. He did get 2 kills. You do know what's going to happen on second floor gym side. It's always that point of a push where most of the time it's very difficult for Team Clickbait to even defend, but somehow Teddy and Teddy and Zam, where both of these players were still alive, and made sure that they'll be able to win it out. Other than that, in the overtime match point, it was just Seth who just broke the record. Uh, last thing I remember, it was Dark Lord with a total of 24-6, I believe. On the map was on console. The team name was Batrip Esports. Oh boy, it's a long month to talk about it, but hey, I mean, now we have Seth, who's going to be holding the record of 25 kills in map Clubhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, history is written in the books, and Seth will be the one to hold the record of total 25 kills in TEC. Congratulations to him. But for now, talking about the match in hand, a lot of mistakes being made from both the teams. Yes, there were some, great 2v4s, 1v4s that he did get to witness here. A lot of patience coming in. Most of the time, it was favoring on the side of defense. Somehow, just a lot of unanswered questions here, Jack.
I mean, excuse me, the unanswered questions is definitely the theme of this match, dissecting it right now. Post game, looking back at what we got to see from both sides. I mean, I have so many questions about a lot of rounds, especially post roll swap. Pre roll swap, it was mostly a standard Div 2 game, but then you have this round. I have so many questions about round 9. 3 defenders are down. Luxia gets 1. It's a 2v2. You still have Teddyoy. He's still down. He's not out, but Luxia is the last man standing. Somehow manages to get Thermite. No plant is happening in the background. No cover. It had Bearfur not gone around and taken that kill, that wouldn't have worked. Then you have Kingslayer. By the boxes, just below the hatch, manages to take out the planter. No cover by by the ace. And then he just goes prone in a deep arsenal, manages to somehow dodge Nomad, and gets the kill. Clickbait, win round 10. I mean, why? Why are these decisions being made? These are, certain rounds that really, really should not be happening this way. I mean, sure, at the end of the day, that is pretty much the essence of Division 2, right? You have great plays, like you see in Division 1, say for instance what we had right now from Seth, beating Dark Lord's record. It's been a while since we've talked about Dark Lord's record. I mean, just in general, primarily down to the fact that, nobody really just came close. We had 20 kills, 21 kills, but nothing, in that 23-24 region. Nobody even tied with him. In comes Seth. Very good performance. Like you said, making some clutches for his team as well, putting them in really good advantageous positions, but unfortunately, it really was not to be for the side of Clickbait. It was down to that man Seth's performance right towards the end, where he propelled himself into the highest echelons in terms of a kill, in terms of kills for the side of any match in the Esports Club League and Pro League for Rainbow Six Siege. And as we take a look at the final round, it's really just down to how much of it was a really quickly built up hype as well, I have to say. Seeing a record being broken is always something to be cheered and to be remembered, and certainly Seth will remember this for the longest time going forward. I mean, it takes a lot to do that. It takes a lot to get 25 kills, even if it is a 15-round match, ladies and gentlemen. But regardless, that's going to be it for the Relive the Moment. And of course, this very first match in general. Team Clickbait, a valiant attempt, but it was not to be. Red Vipers will be the ones to take the first match itself. And interestingly enough, let's have a look at the standings. Something new that we're bringing out for all of our viewers at home. You can see Red Vipe, the very first match. Nothing too special in terms of the round conversion rate. They just have 3 points, and it's a +2 for the time being, because again, very close match right towards the end. So all things considered, very, very
We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey! It's alright. Hey! It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out. I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out. We've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out. I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out. We've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 It's alright.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League 4 Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft. Here with your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host Bobby Gusta and our admin Eisen, as we are here for the second match of Division 2 in their first day of Season 4. And oh boy, is it going to be an interesting one indeed. Throw Syndicate, newly appointed Div 2 team, promoted from Division 3, versus L2K. They've been to the majors, and now they're here in Division 2 after an unfortunate third season that they had. It was a little sad to see them not perform as well as they have before. But admittedly, every team has gone through a slump as of recently. Union Gaming has been through one and whatnot. So for the time being, let's join the players here in the map of Villa, interestingly enough, in the middle of the ban phase. And as I was saying, live to kill. Hopefully they've had some time to regroup and think and go over where they were going wrong in their gunplay. Div 2 is certainly a good place to do that, seeing as they have plenty of time and some teams that they can go up against comfortably while analyzing their play. I'm not saying that Throw Syndicate is one of those teams, but Throw Syndicate certainly not exactly getting the best deal on their very first day going up against L2K. Now, of course, setting up the whole story for this match, we kind of forgot to talk about the bans that we have had. Interestingly enough, we're going to see a Blackbeard ban followed by Thatcher, Mira and Melusi, three very standard ones. Blackbeard, I kind of get it. L2K on the often occasion on the attack likes to bring out a black bit, but they're the ones who banned him, seeing as they're the ones on the defense as well. Speaking of which, well, let's have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby for ourselves today. From the side of Live to Kill, and thankfully they have changed their names back, JV, Fatals, Mellow, Nos, and Blank. And from the side of Throw Syndicate, Killsteel, Hecko, Cheesy Chimkins, ADAT, okay, and Easy. The first round will be underway as we'll be transitioning into the action nice and quickly. Right here on the map of Villa. Second floor, Aviator and Games Room, the site of choice. And I've kept the man from the mic long enough. Baba, take it away.
Well, we will proceed to the first round where Team L2K will be on defense. As you might know, ladies and gentlemen, we did remember we used to have Skipper in L2K. This was way back in season 3, I believe. Since this is season 4, Skipper has made a decision where he's going to retire. I wish him the best of luck, and hopefully, if he wants to come back to the Rainbow Six Siege, we would be happy to. But for now, L2K will go for a different player. I believe. It's going to be Mello who's coming in for Team L2K. It's going to be very exciting to see how well these guys are going to be performing. But for now, let's just head on into the match as action phase will come in. Throw Syndicate will be the one in attack. They will spawn in towards the side of Fountains with a bit of a drone work to give some information in towards maybe on Trophy Ounce Statuary Room. Now, Mello will be able to take out one of the drones right from below and will position back himself towards the red stairs. JV will be able to place his bandit charges, one towards the vault and second, interestingly enough, near the pool table wall to make sure that they won't have that line of sight. Blank will be able to take some major, I wouldn't say a major damage, it will be some minimum damage here from the Hibana. But Nos needs to be careful on the push, which is going to arrive in towards the second floor statuary room. There is 3 players still holding that particular angle. They haven't taken out the default cams right inside the building. I believe they have taken out some of the cams right outside. They placed the Nomad air jabs right towards the astronomy stairs. They did get some information via the drones, and they've made a decision to not to push in from study, just to push in from ABG. Nos with some pre-fires won't be able to land the shots, and unfortunately gets taken down from easy. The first kill goes for Throw Syndicate as L2K is now a man down, and they start to push. Easy gets yet another kill with the R4C, eliminating Mello as well. So needs to be careful on study, vault, and in towards the games room, in which the smoke is holding on quite. Smoke is currently holding on towards the bar side itself. Since the side of games room is clear, and Go is thinking of a very aggressive peek here. Fatal gets one more, taking out Cheesy Chimkins, and Easy, Jesus, oh boy, it's not going to look down well here as Blank claims the life of Easy. Needs to be careful on the balcony side. The pre-fire claims the life of Echo. Looks like L2K will finally make some stand recovering the round, putting it in a 2v3 situation.
A very good recovery indeed. They were 2 men down, but excuse me right there. The Zofia nearly getting taken down by the drone hole. Very low on HP. JV playing it smart, knowing that he has that angle to work with, and just finding ADAT's feet right there as Blank is going to go out towards 90 hallway. Make sure that he has 0 chances of getting taken out, and his C4 is still put to use. JV looks up at just about the right time and will manage to find the ace. A big drop as it's all now down to the Zofia, the last person standing, as they're going to try and push in towards the main door, the main landing door. Not going to see anyone just yet, but Blank will be the one to take the kill. The smoke with the shotgun came up very close indeed, but unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Blank with the final kill of the round, taking it for Team L2K, as we will see in the instant replay. Interesting couple of peaks right there from the first 2 bodies to be dropped from L2K's side. Easy definitely didn't have a hard time getting those kills, all things considered, but everything after that was down to a very good defensive half for the side of Live to Kill, at least in that first round. Now, mind you, It's only been the first round, and there's plenty of time to go before this match starts taking shape one way or the other. As Nas is going to take a six pick out of the Jaeger into the Wamai. Interesting decision to change from one denial type to the other, and he's actually going to stick with the Wamai as we're headed to second floor trophy room and statutory room in round two. Now, excuse me right there. I certainly do have some questions about how JV managed to survive against the Ace inside of Vault, as it really seemed like Ace should have had that, right? You have the oh, that's a little unfortunate right there. I believe there was an issue with something pertaining to uniforms for Fatals, and he's going to leave the game. That's a little unfortunate. He will certainly be allowed to reconnect back, of course, but unfortunately, L2K are going to have to play around without him and without the Pulse. That is a big loss indeed, and a little bit of oversight from Live to Kill side, unfortunately. But of course, to err is human, as it were, and we're going to be moving on swiftly with the round itself. And what I was saying before, JV, not really sure how he survived that. You would think that Killsteel would have that, gunfight, right? It's Ace, AK-12, highest DPS in the game, goes in, faces off against the MP7, has advantage because JV stopped shooting for a good while there and missed a few shots as well. But no. Unexpected results is what Div 2 is pretty much the master at this point, and I'm pretty sure that gunfight was certainly one of those situations indeed. Right now, with action phase already underway, we're going to have the horizontal pressure being applied from the side of Throw Syndicate, but you have the Omai attempting to go for a bit of a run out. Nos, he knows there's somebody repelling, or at least trying to repel just above him, but no, he's going to find Heko, who was just down next to the window. That's a big drop. The Hibana's taken care of. The versatile Heart Breacher is gone. That's not going to make things any easier for the side of Throw Syndicate. Man count has been equalized in this situation because, of course, Fatals, unfortunately, couldn't play the round. But regardless, Blank making sure to retreat in a gunfight situation that he could not walk away from with a victory. At least he will walk away with his life. Minute 45 remaining as with man count equalized, the ball is in Throw Syndicate's court.
Well, will it come to a change? Seeing that L2K is a master when it comes to recovering the round. A double kill for Nos, but still they need to worry about 3 players here. The Selma Breach will come into play, which will make a line of sight into Ver's landing zone and also at the entrance of Statuary door. Easy will be able to deny one of the Nitro cells from the Valk, and she needs to be careful here. Easy currently was in the memorial room, will make his way to go upstairs. Blank with a P10 drone will be able to claim the life of Easy, which leads to Killsteel and Cheesy Chimkins to make a play. They don't have drones, they have some minor utilities, the smokes and flashbangs. They'll be able to go for a smoke plant or try to take them out via the gunfight. Now, Bomai needs to be careful because he is prone peaked and also dealt with some major damage. 10 HP left. Nos, here's the barricade opening right from the windows of code. Will he go aggressive? Yes, he does, and that's going to cost him his life here. Killsteel will be able to use that bait to take out Nos, putting in a 2v3. Flashbangs will come in towards the statuary entrance, whereas the Nomad is still figuring out a way on which entrance should he go. Should he go into a statuary room or should he go in towards the trophy? Either way, both of them are in. Blank will be able to get one. The Nomad Air Just will be able to deny his information, but JV is here just in nick of time to take out GG Chimkins as L2K will win yet another round in second floor's trophy / statuary room. Even with the 4v5 man disadvantage in the early round, they will, however, win the defense round in second floor trophy, putting them in the lead 2-0. As we proceed to round 3, first floor dining room / kitchen will be the site, and looks like Throw Syndicate is in a bit of a trouble.
Most certainly. Throw Syndicate not exactly starting off well. L2K, excuse me, right there. I accidentally hit my mic again. But L2K, the first round, not exactly the best start for them, having 2 bodies dropped in some really unfortunate situations. But making that comeback from 3v5 to 3v nothing, and then even though they lost Fatals, they only lost 1 body outside of that disconnection, and even winning it out pretty comfortably on Trophy Statuary. Now coming to first floor dining, this is a site that we have seen L2K play pretty well at, all things considered, but they're not going to be going for the castle extended roam strategy towards the back stairs right there, just below astronomy stairs. In fact, they're just going to have the standard hold with the Mute Mozzie combination going up to second floor, and of course, the Valkyrie being brought into play by Mello. Nothing too surprising. This is fairly standard for what we see on Villa, especially in the early round where, teams are sort of trying to figure out what their opponents are trying to do, and the best way to do that is bring out the standard combinations of just throw what you know at them, what you've practiced the most, what you practiced the best, and then see what you need to change to adapt and how the combinations need to change going forward from there. Of course, in this situation, that would stand more true for Throw Syndicate than it does for Live to Kill, primarily down to the fact that Throw Syndicate in the last round were very much all over the place. Their droning seemed to be very lackluster, and their gunfights were, while they were being caught off guard in certain situations, some gunfights you think that they might have won had they had the intel or just a little bit better awareness of their situation, which they really didn't seem to. That can, of course, change, and that most likely will change in this match as we have horizontal pressure, being applied on second floor for the time being. ADAT going for that peak as Mello. Oh boy, this is there's a peak and a half that he's going for. Manages to scare off the Ash actually easy. He's not going to peek the astronomy window anymore, and Fados has gone back to the heartbeat scanner of the pulse. Nice and quickly giving away intel to his teammates. A C4 might come out. JV is in the proper position as Hecko is trying to go for a kill or two. Does he know that there's somebody in the bathtub? I don't think he does. The Mozzie could spring up any second now. Blank, he actually does, but it's a little too late. Cheesy Chimkins in the meanwhile gets Nos. Blank, unfortunately, is a little confused, it seems, as the first kill has been dropped. Will drop back down, but no! He tried to play whack-a-mole and he got whacked indeed. ADAT comes in, finishes the kill. That's another body to drop. Live to kill, giving up vertical pressure. C4, I believe, went out. Not going to find anybody from the side of the attacking team. ADAT low on HP, the only one to be low on HP, really, and that's a very good trade, I'd say, compared to what we're seeing from L2K's side. ADAT will in fact be down. Will he be cleaned up on? Not quite. He's trying to get the kill, but the Zofia somehow dodging the bullets through the floor. Will get the self revive off. No, he's actually waiting, seeing if he can get revived from one of his teammates. The pulse is still alive, mind you, so that could potentially be a bait if Fatals is actually looking for that. He will finally locate him, but no, he's still missing for whatever reason. As right now, verticality may have been established, but Live to Kill still have a good hold on site.
Well, it is certainly working for L2K. They haven't got control on the side just yet. Just on towards Laundry and also some vertical lines of sight. Adi will get one more, taking out JV, putting it in a 5v2 situation. Make that 5v1, and whether the flawless round will come in from Throw Syndicate. Round 3, attack round, goes to the side of Team Throw Syndicate. As we proceed to the next round. Round 4 will proceed, and talking about Blank there, right towards the second floor master bathroom. Not, I would say it was quite unexpected. Although, for a moment there, I thought from when he would have heard that reload animation, maybe he would have gone in from that peak right at that moment to try to take out Hibana. But unfortunately, the timing is what led Blank to be in a very difficult situation. Unfortunately, gets taken out as well. And also, Easy though, I do have to appreciate him as well. When he was rappelling in towards the astronomy window, he actually did get to see the Valkyrie making that below sight right in towards the kitchen to try to take out the attackers. Suddenly knowing on what kind of game plan L2K had, they decided to switch it out, make sure that they would eliminate the roamers, focus in towards the site, and get all the wins. And also, it was a flawless win from Throw Syndicate, which would confirm Team L2K dealing some major issues on first floor kitchen / dining side. The other two sides shouldn't be much more of a problem to deal with unless and until Throw Syndicate has something to offer. Now, Easy, last thing I remember when the site was on second floor AVG, he did get total of straight 2 kills, eliminating both Nos and JV, I believe, right in towards the landing zone. and also almost getting the control on second floor AVG. The only problem was in the execution phase, they started to lose a lot of bodies because of Blank. He was currently in towards study room. He did eliminate it, not just easy, but also the Hibana who was at the balcony of study room. That was vital for L2K to win that round, and hopefully Throw Syndicate has some other tricks that might be able to counter L2K's line of defense. The drone was will come in from the attackers to give vital information. Standard work. Won't be able to see something unexpected coming out from them. The only difference is that they need to figure out on eliminating some of the major players, which would be either Blank or Nos. Currently, they are the two players who've been dealing some major damage to Throw Syndicate's line of attack. So maybe if they eliminate some of loose ends, they'll be able to figure out a way to cripple the entire L2K's defense. Talking about Blank, though, he doesn't have the Vector. He has the TCSG shotgun in hand. Very quite interested to see how how Blank is going to be dealing with that devastating weapon, knowing that it had a major nerf. It used to have 95 damage, and now the TCSG has like 65 damage for now. For the first frag is going to be Nos taking out easy, and an instant refrag will come in from the Zofia right towards the red stairs as Adi takes out Nos.
Following up with that push, the Nomad going towards 90 is going to have to be a little careful in that angle. No defenders in this area for the time being, the Zofia and the Nomad, but they have to be careful of the drone hole as shots will be fired. And we have the concussors going out to make sure that there are no magnets or ADSs or whatnot. And the Vulcan shield will be taken care of in the meanwhile as well. Quickly pushing up towards the traditional hallway from the side of Throw Syndicate. You know, nice and quick, nothing, no time wasted, no wasted motion right here, but ooh, that's a little unfortunate right there. Seems like Blank was trying to go for a bit of a play with the TCSG. He's going to get taken down quickly by Hecko, and that's going to leave it down to 3 members of the side of Live to Kill again. Fatal's very aggressive on that door right there. He's going to actually get the Zofia, was busy switching into her lifeline, pushes out, but is going to get taken down by Hecko, who secures his double. Plans going off, Kill still managed to get it done, even though the C4 was happening, but he will be taken down by JV. But then JV gets taken out because Hecko is watching the games room door. Not enough communication right there as Valkyrie comes in. He's going to find the Hecko. Not quite. Hecko will find him instead. Hibana, 4K right here in this round to make sure that Throw Syndicate do not lose any more rounds to the side of Live to Kill. Excuse me right there, as L2K certainly a little bit worse for wear in that round. I understand the plan going off, but Hecko somehow being allowed to just sort of walk around inside a study, then get a kill, push out towards traditional. And I'm not sure if JV knew about his position or not, but even then, you know, he should have been watching for the games room door because the smoke and the Goyo still did go down. They were taken off. Games room was compromised, regardless of whether there was somebody there or not. And even Blank fell a victim to that Hibana right there. A 4K with all the operators practically pushing into your line of sight. I'm not sure what happened to L2K right there, but regardless, you know, we're going to see an equalizer. 2-2 is the scoreline going into the 5th round as L2K suddenly losing momentum very quickly. And they're going to have to try and bring it back for themselves as soon as possible. If not, they're going to have a bit of a problem in this match. And certainly, not only being in Div 2, they would like to avoid that situation as much as possible. We've got an Echo in play from Fatals this time around, interestingly enough, bringing in the Japanese defender, the Yokai drones. Even though they were nerfed, you know, they're no longer invisible, when they go up to the... Wait, he's got the Supernova. I just realized. That is an Echo with the Supernova, ladies and gentlemen. That's not something you get to see at all, for that matter. I'm interested to see if he has the Bearing 9 as well, because that weapon is very good. Slightly high recoil, but still very good indeed. I think he does. He switched weapons temporarily. I saw a hollow sight right there. Come on, Fatals. Switch your weapon. No?
I mean, he
I guess
did.
not.
I mean, he did switch it way back, so I can confirm your suspicion that it's a bearing 9. There
Hey,
you go.
there you go. Nice. Bearing 9, shotgun combo. All right. Looks like somebody's playing for smoke replacement because he also does plant denial when you really think about it. Area denial and intel as well. Although the intel is more visual rather than auditory. For smoke, you have to listen for somebody, getting choked with the gas canister. But regardless, it's fairly similar in terms of how both operators use. The difference is Echo is more of an anchor. Smoke can go out lurking. Goyo, in the meanwhile, Mello, getting spotted on the 90 hallway just by the hatch, in fact. He's going to drop down to first floor library and living room area as it's just going to be lurking around on the roam. Cheesy Chimkin going for some side peek. Shots are being fired. Nothing too big happening just yet. Throw Syndicate playing this as carefully as they can and as methodically as they can, but Blank is actually going to find one. That's Hecko taken care of. That's a big one. And Nos finds Cheesy Chimkin as well. 2 big kills. They need to find the third. That's Easy on the main stairs, and the Goyo could come in super handy right now, but Easy's going to go in, find Nos. Big drop right there with the air getting taken care of. Minute 20 on the clock. Throsen gets slightly behind in terms of the man count, and the Goyo has yet to make an appearance.
Well, talking about Goyo, Killsteal will be able to take out Blank, which would put it in a 3v3 equalized situation. They don't have enough amount of time left. They only have 1 minute to make their mark. The Dronauts will come in, giving that there is no one in towards study. Killsteal with the double kill, taking out Fatals, which proved to be vital. But that C4 will claim the life of 1 people. Make that 2 with the Vector SMG, as Melo claims the life of 2 people, putting Adi in a very difficult situation here. 1v2, has the diffuser in hand. He knows that there is no C4, so he's going to go for the plant. It's going to be a fake plant with a pre-fire. Can he seize it? No, it does not. The prone peak will come in from JV, waiting for Adi to make a move, and he gets taken out with the MP7. L2K will bring back the lead, winning round 5 second floor AVG. As we proceed to the last round, round 6. The moment to see whether team L2K can put it to 4-2 or 3-3. The last site will be on second floor trophy room as we take a look at the scoreboards. 6 kills to Blank from L2K and also Killsteal. The total of 3 kills. Now, talking about the attack coordination here from Throw Syndicate, they've been losing a bit of few ends here and there itself, especially when you did get to see Mello using the C4 to claim the life of 1 people in towards landing. Didn't get the second one, decides to go aggressive from the red stairs, winning that gunfight with the Vector SMG. Would give them the win in second floor APG. Now, second floor trophy in Sanctuary Room might be a bit problematic for Throw Syndicate because they haven't won that site. They've only won first floor kitchen and games room, so it would be a bit difficult knowing that Fatals is still manning with the Supernova and Bearing 9 SMG, and also they have tons of information from Blank's Valkyrie cams, Fatals is the Echo Yokai drones, which still comes up in effect, and also a lot of utility denials from Mello and Nos. I mean, it still works out, the Jaeger Vomai combo still works out to avail, which would deny at least a total of 6 utilities in total. I'm just trying to make a fixed guess here, because even Vomai had his disc reduced from a total of 5 to a total of 3, I believe. He has a total of 3 magnets in total to dodge some of the utilities. So it is still viable, but it is reduced to an extent where that deployable shield will be destroyed without having a need of throwing a total of 9 flashbangs in total.
All things considered, throwing a ton of utility towards any particular side because there's just a bunch of ADSs and magnets stacked in that region. I mean, that's what the meta used to be, and it certainly still can be, but only on very specific sites on very specific maps. It's no longer the case as one more magnet will catch one of the air jabs from the Nomad right there. There's a little bit of denial that goes into situations like these. And Nos, he's heard the cues, he's heard the sound and whatnot. He's trying to see if he can get a kill, but he'll have to retreat nice and quickly as well. Given that the drones are coming in, he doesn't want to give away his position too quickly and then get taken out as similarly quickly as it were. But right now, we have the bandit batteries being taken care of, but JV himself is still alive. Shots will be fired on that Fox window entry door as Nos, he's about to peek wide. Will he see one? He does, but that's a little too late, unfortunately, to react as the Zofia will finish him off. It's up to Mello to hold down a trophy room as JV is manning the defense towards statuary, and that's a door that's going to be very hotly contested very soon as well. Fatals, he's about to go peeking out wide. I'm not sure if that's advisable, but JV will find one that's easy taken care of. Can he get a second one though? Not quite yet. Excuse me, right there. 4 versus 4 with a minute on the clock as Hecko is actually going to find the runner from the Valkyrie, barely surviving that, and Blank will be the one to go down. Will the shotgun come out from Fatals? Not quite. He's going to peek wide with the bearing. No, he should have had that, but he didn't. Cheesy Chimkin will get the kill, and Kill still gets another one. Mello goes down. It's all down to the Bandit. Will fall as well. The Zofia makes sure to finish it off for his team. And with that, the round will go the way of Throw Syndicate. Quite the round indeed from the side of Throw Syndicate. They did pretty well on the side of Trophy and Statuary. The only side that they had not won so far. And to go 3-3 on the attack on Villa is quite the feat, especially against L2K. Regardless of wherever L2K was before this match, to go up against them on Villa and to go 3-3 on attack, very well done indeed. They're going to be the ones on the defense now, and they certainly have advantage, so to speak. Villa is a very defender-sided map after all. L2K, in the meanwhile, on the attack will be going towards Aviator and Games Room, so expect plenty of horizontal pressure and some verticality being played and whatnot. But in the end, what will really matter is, can L2K come back from the situation? Or are Throw Syndicate really about to impress us by beating one of the APAC major teams?
Oh boy, that's going to be technically a bit of an achievement for Throw Syndicate, knowing that they'll be able to defeat L2K who are in the majors. But who knows, L2K might have something in their pockets to even try to defend themselves. Since this is second half, L2K will be the one in attack. The score count is equalized 23-3 in the first half. Talking about their operator specs, we have 2 soft breaches, Mello and Nos, 2 hard breaches, JV and Fatals, and last but not least, you have Blank with the Zofia. Good utilities, good flashbangs, good amount of frag grenades to try to get those nade kills. But their main focus is to take out those ADSs in order to get those kills, especially if there is one particular player playing in at least towards on Vault, or maybe in the right from the games room where Go is currently holding on to. We will be seeing Hecko bringing in the castle, will be able to place one of the castle armor panels right at the entrance of the trophy room entrance, nearby towards the astronomy. And with it, the pre-fire will come in towards Adi, where he's trying to contest or try to go for a very aggressive peek here in towards the bedroom window. Now we did see one of them. It was Hecko, was trying to contest in towards the trophy entrance window as well. The dronauts will come in. That will immediately gets denied from Hecko's UMP, which would force the attackers, giving them at least some information saying that there is 2 players. Mello is definitely not wasting any time at all. He knows where exactly those armor panels is in, and he decides to be aggressive. Actually, he doesn't want to be aggressive. He just wants to fall back, go to, I believe, where exactly JV's location is, so that he would give some information, maybe a bit of denial with the help of his frag grenades to quickly eliminate those bandit charges. Actually, there isn't a bandit charge. Mute jammers. Looks like Nos will get his first kill, taking out Hecko, putting it in a 4v5. Hecko goes down, unfortunately, who was trying to still contest in towards the second floor trophy. And looks like the Jaeger is all by himself, and he needs to get this refrag, or else L2K will slowly get their control. And talking about control, Fatal with a heavy push with the bearing left to claim 1 kill. Can he get the second? Yes, he does. He gets the down, gets the confirmation. Fatals get the double kill, but he needs to be careful of the study room, where the Vector SMG will claim the life, putting it to 2-4. The diffuser drops down. There is one pushing towards Valkyrie. There is one more, and that one more is going to be taken down from Easy as Mello goes down. A quick refrag will come in from JV, putting Adi in a 1v3 situation. and that situation has gone to worse. L2K will be the one winning their round 7 attack on second floor AVG. As we take a look at it in the instant replay, they will be in the lead 4-3 in the favor of Team L2K as round 8 commence. The site will be on a second floor AVG again. And this time, Team Throw Syndicate has to figure out what's going wrong here. Although the two pushes that we did get to witness here, I believe that was from Nos and Mello, who decides to push in towards Study, not having major information on where exactly his location was, gets 2 kills, didn't get the kill on towards Balcony, where there was a quick refrag from from the ace, and then in the end it was just the last man standing Adi, who was still in towards second floor astronomy, trying to fend off their push coming in towards the master bedroom and also in towards closet, in which it did succeed for a bit when L2K decides to switch their strategy. Instead of pushing into a saturated room, they decided to just go for holding an angles, decide to push in from saturated, so from the study room, in which it did work a bit, forcing them to be in a 1v3 situation and then won it out. And whether 3-4 will be the scoreline, will Throw Syndicate be able to recover this round? We're about to find out when round 8's prep phase will come to an end.
Most certainly, round 8 is going to be a very interesting round for both sides. Throw Syndicate could have had that round, unfortunately did not. Their defense faltered just a little bit too much initially. Easy tried to bring it back for their team, but it really just was not to be for the man and for Throw Syndicate. Even though the Goyo gave it his all, caught in the reload right towards the end from the ace, who finished him off nice and quickly. Live to kill, going 4-3 up, making sure that they have advantage in this situation as a potential spawn peak is being pinged, excuse me, out there, by one of the L2K attackers. I believe that was JV, but no spawn peaks so far have affected the defenders. So, you know, excuse me, out there, it's certainly going to be, you know, just a standard round opener. Nothing too special, nothing too crazy coming out from Throw Syndicate. You know, like we observed a couple of rounds ago, they really don't want to go out of their way to bring in some sort of experimental strategy or something that they haven't done before. They're doing what they've always done, playing around with the standard tactics, because that is what they know best. And against Live to Kill, they want to play it safe. When we made that observation, it was the early round. We sort of talked that... excuse me, right there. We sort of thought, excuse me, that it might be because they're trying to gauge how L2K is playing. And that certainly was the case at the time, but it seems like they just want to play it safe for the time being. L2K, in the meanwhile, nothing too big coming up from them. You have the standard vertical plays. I'm not sure if that Ash will take care of the Goya shield. I believe it has, in fact, but Easy's going to find Mello with a C4. Big drop comes in. That is the sledge taken care of from the looks of it. Even if the summer breaches have gone off, it's not going to stop this man, who is very much out for blood. Sees one vertically, that's Fatals. Does a bit of damage right there, one of the defenders, but couldn't take the kill. Not quite yet. JV, he does not have an angle into Games Room, so he can't exactly do much from here, but sees the Goyo pushing up. Unfortunate. Easy, not sure what he was doing right there. Should have checked the window before he went out, as a magnet will go out from Killsteal in the meanwhile, but he's not going to be punished just yet, but he will be flashed very hard. And he's going to have to be very careful in that position. But no, Fatals will take him out nice and quickly as Nos pushes up with the Ash. 45 seconds remain. Live to Kill very much in the driver's seat right now. But they are yet to get into sight, which is where their main issue lies. They haven't gotten into sight and haven't taken control of one of them just yet, as 30 seconds remain. This could be Throw Syndicate's round. They just have to play it well, and there you go. That's how that starts, with Cheesy Chimkin dropping the diffuser, taking down Fatals. That's a big drop right there. The Jaeger's gonna find one, but then Hecko gets taken down by Blank. Is trying to find another one, but no, the Jaeger takes another one, as Blank is now the last man standing. Finds one. Can he find two? All he needs to do is go and kill the Jaeger. He has the diffuser there. He could bait him out, and he's gonna do exactly that. Jaeger here's the diffuser going off. He's trying to go for the peak, but he doesn't exactly have the position, and the plant will in fact go off. The timer did not end the way that the Jaeger wanted it to, unfortunately. And now it's down to him versus the Zofia. Blank, he certainly could make this work for himself. Will he? Yes, he will! It's a 1v2 clutch, ladies and gentlemen, as as Lift to Kill will take round 8. Beautiful 8th round right there from both sides, really. The initial 2 kills being taken from L2K, pretty decent. But then you had Easy, who started things off by taking the first big kill right there, unfortunately for the side of L2K. And unfortunately for the side of Throw Syndicate, it seems that the man who made the clutch has also disconnected. Pretty sure he'll be back nice and quickly. We see this a lot of the time, as it were, as disconnections in the middle of the round situation, just when we get to the pick phase, are unfortunately common, as it were. And right now, hopefully, we can get back from this as soon as possible, ladies and gentlemen. The action is getting really good right now, as it is 5-3 in favor of Team Lift to Kill. That last round really could have gone either way, if you ask me. Right towards the end, given that. Given that Lift to Kill, on that push to site from that 3 versus 4 situation, didn't exactly make a good showing off of that. They lost a ton of bodies just to get one, and right towards the end, it was down to Cheesy Chimkin. And okay, so the reason I kept calling him by the operator name was because I can't really sort of get the feel for the name. I called him ADATS initially, but that's the name of a tank. So I sort of realized that mid match, and I was like, wait, that's not the actual spelling. So I'll probably be, excuse me, right there. I'm probably just going to call him Adi going forward, just to compensate for the AT at the end. Why is that there? I don't know. I don't know these things. I don't know what the last match was. So, there's plenty of things we don't know, I guess, at this point. But anyway, going into this match, Adi was the last man standing with Cheesy Chimkins, of course, and the Zofia should have been taken care of a little bit earlier. Cheesy Chimkins probably could have gotten that kill, but he didn't, and Zofia went in, got the plant off. Adi unfortunately didn't try to stop the plant, or he tried to play to see if the bait would come out, but it didn't. The plant was stuck, and unfortunately for him, he got taken down as well. And that, of course, put the lead just a little bit more in the favor of L2K, who are now looking just that little bit stronger. 1 round away from match point, 2 rounds away from the victory. They are very close to winning it all. And, the side of Throw Syndicate are going to have to try and bail themselves out of an otherwise unfortunate situation. We're going to find out what happens as soon as, of course, Adi comes back into the match, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully it doesn't take too long, but I do have to ask Baba, before we started this match, we were sort of talking about what we expect out of this game, right? And the general consensus amongst us here at the Esports Club was that L2K weren't really going to have too much trouble with the Throw Syndicate, primarily down to that we were sort of unsure if Throw Syndicate was really ready to go up against L2K. Watching this match, I'm sort of considering taking that back, given the way that Throw Syndicate has been playing so far. So I have to ask, what do you think is going to happen from this situation going forward into this game? Are we going to see overtime, Baba? What do you think?
I mean, talking about the way how L2K is going right now, we did get to see some major flaws when L2K was in attack. And I'm just trying to find the information of, the of the match history right here. There you go. Yeah, for 3 rounds, where Team Throw Syndicate did manage a way to win 3 rounds in attack, at least trying to equalize the round count, putting it to 3-3. And then we saw in second half where Team L2K manages to win 2 rounds of attack, which was on second floor AVG. Now, the only difference that I do get to see from it is maybe we might be able to see Throw Syndicate winning it out on second floor trophy slash statuarium, since that's the only side that Throw Syndicate has decided to go to. Because second floor AVG, they could not, however, manage to handle Blanks as Sophia plays. Especially we did get to witness that 1v2 clutch. So maybe there is a slight chance where Throw Syndicate might put this to overtime if Easy. I mean, I'm not talking about Easy as a all chat Easy. I'm just talking about the username Easy from Throw Syndicate. If he manages to figure out a way to get those early kills, try to get at least 1 or 2 kills, maybe we might be able to see this match going on overtime. So that's basically what my what my hunch is. if Easy may figures out a way to try to cripple Team L2K's line of attack, we might be able to see overtime. So their main focus is to try to take out at least Blank, JV, or Cheesy Chimkins. I mean, to be honest, though, all five players from Team L2K have been playing extraordinarily well. I mean, not just extraordinary, they've been absolute fantastic when it comes to both attack as well as on defense. There are just slight amount of mistakes that they do, especially sometimes when they try to go for that drone works, not having the good amount of information, and then sometimes they get just picked off out of nowhere. So if we do see Throw Syndicate going for maybe a very total hold push that sometimes didn't get worked out. But yeah, that's what I said. If Easy figures out a way, if he decides to go do the roaming duty, tries to eliminate one or two players on Team L2K, we might be able to see a chance where this match might go for overtime. Talking about it, the player from Team Source Syndicate has entered into the lobby, and we will be resuming the match, ladies and gentlemen, as the score count will be 3-5 as we proceed to round 9. One match for match point and two match to win the map against the opposition. The sixth pick will, however, come in from the side of Throw Syndicate as we see an alibi switching off to the Echo. And yes, I actually forgot to point this one out. In the entire round that we did get to see, we did not see a smoke being brought up either from L2K nor from Throw Syndicate. This is what it's been. This is what has been troubling in my mind here for the past 8 rounds. Why isn't there a smoke being played? It's not banned. It's just it's just a standard bans where BB, Mira, Thatcher, and Melusi are the only operators have been banned. Why not pick smoke? Why not use those smoke gas canisters in use to make sure that you would be at least halt the push coming in from L2K? Especially in the previous round, you did get to see how much of freedom Sophia had when Blank got a hold of that 1v2 situation. If the Jaeger was a smoke at that moment, used that smoke gas canister, it would have worked out well. But who knows? Maybe the yokai drones might come up in effect with that 6 pick from Adi. So it's technically it is similar to Smoke's kit. The only difference is that Smoke is more of like a lethal kill, whereas Echo's yokai drone is more of like a non-lethal disorientation. Yes, it does work out, and yes, it would give you a denial of plant, which is a very devastating utility to have in hand. But the only thing that you have to worry about is that you need to keep yourself alive. If you are not alive, then L2K's main focus is to just go for the plant, which will succeed, forcing the defenders to be in a post-plant situation, which would be very difficult for Throw Syndicate to win it. With that, round 9 will proceed. Action phase is in play. We don't see any early spawn peaks, no runouts, absolutely nothing. It's just being in a particular position where Heko and Easy is in towards second floor ABG. Interesting reinforcements being made from GG Chimkins, not going for that rotate. And with it, the round will commence.
I am certainly quite interested to know why Cheesy Chimkins decided to go and reinforce off the rotate that they had right there. Sure, some could argue about the angle that the Echo was playing at, but that is specifically why you have that area open, why there's a shield there and a rotate out in case the area behind you gets compromised. Nos, in the meanwhile, on the first floor is going to find Easy. Big drop right there. The mute will be taken care of. Minute 20 on the clock with the first kill being taken. Good timing from L2K, all things considered. Throws in the kid, one man down, as the Omai will get disoriented twice from the astronomy window, and the Cheesy Chimkin has actually seen that. Kill steal, gets a little singed from Capita's flame bolts, but he's still alive is what matters. But no, he gets pushed right into it, and then gets downed and taken care of by the man himself. Fatals comes in, secures the kill, puts out a smoke bolt to make sure line of sight is blocked, and he's pushing up, but he'll be taken down as well. That's with the diffuser by the castle. Cheesy Chimkin, good stuff right there. That's gonna put a gigantic dent in the plans of Live to Kill. They can get the plant in, and Adi's gonna find one more, but no, Nos goes down to Blank. That's the worst possible time for a team kill, but JV will make up by taking down Heko. That's another good drop, but they need to find the Echo right inside of sight. If he's still alive and kicking, then the plant isn't going to happen no matter how well you take sight. You need to make sure those yokai drones are not in a position where they can deny it, but you need to take out Cheesy Chimkin as well. No push has happened on towards on towards Games Room or Trophy just yet. Blank will finally get in, but no, he's going to get taken down. They don't know the castle's in there. JV takes the kill onto one, but he doesn't have the diffuser nor the time. And that will be why Throw Syndicate wins another round. Ladies and gentlemen, that was very much an all over the place round from Live to Kill, as we will see in the instant replay. They got the first kill. They had the advantage. They took down Wamai. Good man advantage, but for some reason, excuse me right there, for some reason, the castle was allowed to play around in Trophy with almost no nothing impeding him in that situation. He peeks out, gets the Capita, Fatals goes down. That's understandable. But then L2K just sort of stops, I guess. They another kill was dropped by Heko, understandable. The Echo took a kill right there. Excuse me, Adi was playing the Echo in that round. He took a kill. And then, unfortunate for Nos, he got team killed by Blank. But after that, they just sort of stopped. If you really notice, L2K just sort of stopped. They didn't do anything after that. They just paused and stayed paused. And I'm not sure why or, what prompted that decision making. Adi was able to get away from site into a safe position to use his yokais because 20 seconds remain. They will be going for the plant. You want your yokais to be alive and in position. The castle was in there to defend site as your first line of defense. But the castle gets away with another kill. Sure, it's only a down onto the Zofia, but even then, even if he lost his life, that was the diffuser drop. Again, on Astronomy. And L2K just imploded right there on that 3 versus 5 push. Now, it might sound like I'm being a little bit harsh right there, and I get it. I may or may not be being a little harsh in this situation, but certainly Throw Syndicate played that as well as they could, given the hand that they were dealt with, if you will. And Live to Kill unfortunately did not, as we'll be headed back to Aviator Games Room for the 10th round. And this round is certainly going to be another very interesting one indeed, given that Throw Syndicate are now once again 1 round away from equalizing and then going to the lead, which is going to make this match all the more exciting. And oh boy. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to eat my words about L2K not having trouble. They're having plenty of trouble in this match. Wouldn't you agree, Baba?
I mean, absolutely, Jack. The amount of trouble that L2K is in, giving Throw Syndicate almost an equalizer round 4-5. If Throw Syndicate wins this defense round, they'll be able to put it to 5-5 and also get a chance to be in match point without the need to go to overtime. Unless and until if L2K has something to offer, the attackers, especially the Ash, will be in towards the living room, trying to make that vertical lines of sight. Fatals needs to be careful in towards that bar vertical sight. That's where exactly the mute, I believe, the SMG-11 is holding on to. Cheesy Chinkins still making sure that the main stairs wouldn't be a bit of a problem there for Killsteel to handle, because he needs to worry about the study room. The dronauts will be given with the information as Cheesy Chinkins takes out the drone, whereas the Capitau's smoke bolts will come in. So does the Sophia's impact to make that line of sight. The Capitao will be able to take out Killsteel as well as Easy, taking out JV, putting it in a 4v4 situation here, favoring to no one. Easy gets one more. This is what I was talking about. Getting kills from Easy would give him much more of an opportunity to push into a study room, and that's exactly what's going to do. Triple kill for Easy. The Vector SMG prove to be efficient for the Goyo here, as the Echoes Yokai drones will give some major information. Easy, he's trying to feel lucky here. Again, aggressive peak, doesn't see the head, and neither will get the connect. A refrag will come in, whereas Nos claims the life of Easy, putting in a 3v2 situation. L2K not in a good positioning here. Blank having such low HP, and so does Nos. He has the diffuser in hand. All he has to do is to go for the plant, but he needs to take out the Echo. The Yokai drones will be very detrimental. Blank. Oh boy, this is the second time we've seen Blank going for an accidental TK, which would force him to be in a 1v3 situation yet again. And he decides to not do this round here. Throw Syndicate will be the one to win. Second for AVG Games Room in round 10. As we proceed to the next round, where The score count is 5-5 as we take a look at the scoreboard. 10 kills to Easy and 10 kills to Blank. And oh boy, yes, adding 2 kills with the accidental TK that he's done with a total of 12 kills. Blank, it's all right, man. We've been there. We've had those problems before, but that does not mean that you shouldn't just give up immediately there, Blank. Come on, man. Oh boy, I know it is. Oh boy, I just don't know what to say here, man. L2K had the chance. It's just that L2K, they're just
Defenders,
not
protect
having a
your
good day
bombs
at
from
all
being
here.
defused
5-5
by
is the scoreline. The site will be on first floor dining and kitchen. Oh boy, I'm just it's so hard to take in, man. It's so hard to take in.
At this point, I'm sure Nos isn't exactly going to be too happy about what Blank has done to him twice.
Twice?
How? Why? How do you make these mistakes, man?
I mean, it happens, but
10 seconds left.
In a 3 versus 2, when you're at a disadvantage and you need
5
to be at the
seconds left
top
before
of your
insertion.
game, man,
the
Objective is to locate a bomb.
pain,
pain.
pain.
Absolute pain right there, ladies and gentlemen, as we'll be moving on to the 11th round. Throw Syndicate once again equalizing against Live to Kill, putting themselves in a very good position to win this game. They are definitely looking like they could make this work. And not only make this work, but make this work very well indeed. They were 2-4 down, if I recall correctly. No, actually, they were not 2-4 down. They were 3-3 on the roll swap. They were 0-2 down at the 3rd round in the beginning of the game. I had to quickly, check the round history before I continued with that point. And now 5-5 equalized against Live to Kill is certainly quite the story for them in this game. Live to Kill not looking too good right now. And is that man Easy with the Vector once again, who has really been spearheading this defense. Sure, after he gets 2 or 3, even 3 kills, whenever he does, kind of gets a bit ahead of himself, kind of goes a little bit too over aggressive and gets taken down. That can be improved, of course, but then again, considering that Throw Syndicate just made it to Division 2 after trying to qualify, some mistakes can be forgiven. Fatals, in the meanwhile, is going to take out Cheesy Chimkin and then gets a scan onto one of the defenders nice and quickly. Easy taking some vertical shots. He's the one who has been scanned, and he's got to be very careful going for the plays that he is. He could go for a C4 toss up above if he still has his. As vertical lines of sights are being opened, that is the sledge going to work right there. Mello doing what he does best in this situation. Blank is going to go for just a little bit of a peek through that shelf in pantry. Yellow pings all over the place. Mello trying to find somebody. Hecko's going to take a ton of damage, but manages to escape down below to the basement with his life somehow, as there's a minute remaining for the side of... Excuse me, they're for the side of Live to Kill. They have taken one, and now they're going to take the second kill. Much required. The third one as well. Nosama gets in, gets 2. I don't think he's very happy about the position his team is in, and he's going to get his triple. The Echo trying to take a refrag. He's going to get taken down, but no, Nos gets shut down as well. That is the Jaeger. That's Adi coming in to take 1, but can he take 2? Does he know where the other attackers are? He does now. He can't deny the plant. He's going to have to play post, and he will be. The round has been kicked into post plant, and he's actually going to find the sledge, somehow getting these kills. This man is very much in it to win it, but his memorial push has been spotted. Shots are being fired. The Jaeger will be seen, and there we go. Blank finishes him off. The tiny little wall bang right towards the end. Live to Kill will take round 11, putting themselves back on the match point situation. Ladies and gentlemen, this game is about to get just that little bit more tough, if you will, for the side of Throw Syndicate right here. I almost said Gamer Syndicate by accident because, you can still see their tags are GS from when they were Gamer Syndicate, but even then, I get it. It was a fairly cool name in hindsight. Second for trophy and statue room will be the site of choice going into the round of ones, as in 1 round for the side of Throw Syndicate to equalize and push for overtime. 1 round for L2K to finish it off here in a 7-5. Which will it be? Let's find out right here, right now.
Well, we're about to find out 5 to 6. L2K is
Attackers
in
need to
match
locate and
point.
defuse bombs.
And oh boy. To be honest, I just kind of, I just kind of heard Nos being angry there for that previous round. Gets like 3 kills, taking out almost the entire team of Throw Syndicate, being that angry. Just in the end, last he couldn't get the final kill, but Blank was there with the wall bang to end it off, putting the match on match point just for now. Round 12, second floor trophy statuary. It'll be a difficult site for the attackers to push into unless and until they've figured out a way to take out the bandit charges, open up the walls of second floor statuary, make sure that they'll be able to remove the
5
players
seconds
holding
remaining.
it towards trophy with getting the control on astronomy, and then go for the plant in default on statuary room. That is their main objective and also the main strategy that's been used on every matches. Will we see a difference? Will we see them push in towards AVG to, make sure that they don't want to open up the walls in statuary room? They just want to make angles so that they'll be able to, take out players who just want to reposition into a different placements. Who knows though? But Easy will, interestingly, manning to do the roaming duty by equipping his SMG-11. Currently in towards the main stairs, JV will open up the barricades in towards the windows of bedroom. He just needs the help of Nos to take out those bandit charges so that he can proceed, making either lines of sight or an entryway towards the statuary room. So he needs to wait. In further time, all he can do is make an angle with the help of his Type 89 weapon,
Bomb
or
located by
just use the
attackers.
drone was to give some vital information like the ADS with the help of Ping 2.0's. We'll be able to take it out with the help of one flashbang. Not quite sure why a second flashbang was necessary, just maybe to try to give them the information here. Also, we have to keep that in mind that there is Blank playing as the Twitch this time, not as a Zofia. He'll be able to take out the ADSs as soon as possible so that he'll be able to get his main focus on taking out those bandit charges. I believe he did take out at least one of them, which would help the Hibana to open up the walls of second floor statuary room. Time flies by. Adi will be able to relocate his yokai drones at a specific moment, whereas Nos is still in towards living room trying to find out the roamers or players. We're still holding on an angle right from the main stairs. They have a minute and 12 seconds left. The hard breach will come into play. Blank will throw out some flashbangs. And here comes the fire from Fatals and also 2 kills. Nos taking out Cheese Chimkins. JV taking out Killsteal right into was the second floor statuary. In which he made that breached wall to be able to get 2 kills, taking out important players on Throw Syndicate. 50 seconds left. Mello is still holding an angle right from the landing. The Dronos will give him the information. Adi decides to repositions back into the statuary room. The pre-fire almost giving him the opportunity to take out Melo, but instead he'll take out Nos into a second floor trophy from Easy 3v3. An aggressive push doesn't see the breached wall into a statuary room in which JV gets another more post plant comes in. Heko goes down, Roll goes down to Adi in a 1v3 situation. Currently in towards landing, not looking good here for Throw Syndicate as we see Adi in a very difficult situation. Fatals will be able to reposition, doesn't win that gunfight with the MP5. The Echo might have a chance to put this to overtime, but no, JV's here to immediately deny that, taking out Adi and also get the win. Round 12, second floor trophy statuary room goes to them with a lot of mistakes and mishaps coming in from both of it. L2K will finally get the win, putting it 7-5. A valiant effort from Throw Syndicate, but L2K finally manages to win the round and also win the map on Map Villa. Look at the scoreboards, the double digits from JV, Blank, and Nos, 13, 11, 11, whereas Easy and Adi will get a total of 11 kills. A long match, but also a welcomed one. But in the end, oh boy, what a match did we get to witness here, don't you agree, Jack?
Oh, most certainly, Baba. I definitely have to agree that this match was one of the better ones we've seen, just in terms of matches across season 4 so far. Now, admittedly, qualifier matches don't usually go this hard, and Div 3, while they try their hardest, they're quality and standards can sometimes be a little lackluster every now and again. Now, that is nothing against Division 3. Div 3 has its own charm. Their teams trying to make their way to the top, and they're starting where every team has started from, the very bottom of the tier list. And some teams do make it out of there. Valiance is one that comes to mind. You have Exterminate Esports, they're also one. That game came up to Division 1, and just in the last season went to the top 3 even, as far as I remember. But anyway, we'll talk more about that later on when we get to Div 1 and Div 3 and all of the like. Right now, let's go into relive the moment to talk about the match that we just had, L2K versus a Throw Syndicate. Interestingly enough, the end match score doesn't really reflect what went down between both teams. Sure, it was close, but you might be led to believe that most rounds were more decisive than they were. It wasn't really the case, as the match itself came down to really 1v3s and 1v2s for the most part. And some would say 1v3s aren't exactly the most hectic situation for any team on the side of the winners, the side that has 3 people remaining. But even then, something has to be said about the efforts that were being thrown here by Throw Syndicate. They're the ones who lost, but again, similar to Team Clickbait from the previous game, they're a team that I think could thrive in Div 2. They need some improvements in, of course, their mid to late round conversion. They just get a little bit too far ahead of themselves as soon as they have the pressure that they need to apply. And once they get to apply that pressure, they sort of think, okay, we can do this, we can be aggressive, let's do it, let's get these kills. But they're kind of underestimating their opponent at the same time. Nothing is or was stopping Live to Kill from being aggressive back. And that is certainly something that I believe Throw Syndicate needs to work on, because it's Division 2. All teams here will be aggressive as much as they can. They want to get ahead of the curve. They want to make sure that they have every single piece of the puzzle in place so that they can go to Div 1. There's a very prestigious prize awaiting at the end of the season for Division 2 teams that's going to Division 1. And if they're able to get there, then that will be a big story to tell for the team that gets promoted, ladies and gentlemen. That is what they're fighting for, after all. There's SSDs to be won by getting MVPs. There's positions that you can take, prize money and all the like. So much to play for that makes Division 2 just that more exciting, if you will. Excuse me for the stutter right there. But coming back to the point at hand, easy right there. He really didn't need to go out and peak that hard right towards the end. Had he not done that, had he just played sight, sure, he may not have gotten the first kill, but that would have still allowed him to be alive much later into the round, maybe even allowed him to win the round for his team. And I'm certain that, analyzing the situation, Baba, I think you can agree with me, the late round where Throw Syndicate loses bodies is where they need to sort of work on the most, don't you think?
I mean, yes, Jack, and like those kinds of examples, I'm going to give it on, especially on those last 2 rounds, around 11 and 12. The side being on first floor, dining and living room, not watching their backs, not having information. And all Nos had to do was to just push in, get 3 kills, get confirmation that that the side has been cleared, go for the plant, and just go for the win. L2K did that for almost around 2 to 3 rounds, where most of the attack rounds that we did get to witness from L2K was just so I wouldn't say slow. It was a methodical push. The drone was coming in. Main objective is to open up those walls, going for that plant. But the most of the time, Throw Syndicate would find a loophole on L2K's attack, and then just immediately get those kills. And talking about those major mishaps, yes, Blank. He did get those, accidental TKs in which he did, starting to give up. But hey, it happens. TK happens. I mean, to be honest, though, I still have a record of me getting TK'd for almost around 150 or 200 times in the entire career. Yes. I still make records of mine getting TK'd for some random guy. So it happens, it happens by mistakes. And I mean, look at that. In the end, L2K did win it out 7-5. Nos got angry, got 3 kills on first floor dining. And I mean, it's a win-win.
Most certainly it is, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, that's going to put the points on board for the side of Team L2K. Speaking of which, the offline match that we had seems to have, been taken care of as well. And it would appear that Vanquish Paradox has won their game. They've put their first points on the board with a +7 against Dauntless. That's certainly going to look very good on their record going forward. That's three teams that have put their points on board and three teams that will need to wait till tomorrow to try again. And, there's going to be more and more added to that scoreboard as we go along. But L2K joining the set of teams that have taken that top spot by taking their first match. Now, of course, we're going to be going into a little bit of a break before we come back with the final match of the night. Jirivuya will be taking on E-Samurai Super. Bit of a name change right there, apparently, on the map of Cafe Dostoevsky. 3 matches, 3 maps. I'm certainly quite happy. And, we're not getting to see Oregon for once in Div 2. I mean, big day, ladies and gentlemen. Big day indeed. But we'll be right back with that final game after this quick break. Stay tuned.
We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 Alright, so let's move on.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the WD BLACK Esports Club Pro League 4 Rainbow Six Siege, supported by Ubisoft, here with your host Blackjack and my co-host Baba Gusta, as we are here for the final game of the night, and that is going to be Jiravira on the attack on the map of Cafe Dostoevsky, going up against E Samurai Super. That is right. apparently eSamurai Esports is now divided between ESM Super, which is comprised, a little bit of the old Naughty Indian squad, and ESM Elite, which is the squad in Division 1, the one we used to know entirely as eSamurai Esports. Right now, it's eSamurai Super, who are down here in Div 2, facing off against Jittervuya, who have just been promoted to Div 2 as well. So it's going to be another interesting fight. Let's join our players in the ban phase right here on the map of Cafe Dostoevsky right now, as the Thatcher has been the first ban right there, of the map tonight. And Blackbeard, interestingly enough, is going to be the second ban. This one from Jitterview. Looks like they don't want to allow ESM Super to play Blackbeard. And, understandable. You don't exactly want Blackbeard to be allowed, especially from a team that is comprised of a little bit of Naughty Indians and certain other players whom we will get to as soon as we, introduce the rosters later on. But right now we're going to have the Valkyrie ban as well. Jiravuya denying information from the side of ESM Super, who have the final ban on the map. They decide to ban the Mira. Looks like they are not going to play with the Mira in tow. A little bit of an odd decision right there, seeing as Cafe and Mira is quite the strong combination. But even then, the Mira ban makes sense. They don't want to go up against Mira when Jiravuya goes on the defense. With all that being said, let's have a look at both the rosters that are here in the lobby before round one goes underway. From the side of JV, we've got Taurus, Ghost, Shockin, Gutsy, and God. And from the side of ESM, we've got Lockdown, Dark Lord, Hypertushy, Supermando. Apparently, he seems to have ascended, and Kuskid here in the lobby for us today. Very interesting. Very interesting team that we're getting to see from ESM Super. Hypertushy, I believe, he was playing for Union Gaming for a little bit in the middle there. And you have Dark Lord, formerly BTE, and the former holder of the highest number of kills in the esports club history for Rainbow Six Siege. 24-6 has been broken just earlier today as well. Seth did a fantastic job getting to 25. Who knows, Dark Lord might be a little incentivized to go ham on this match. But then again, this squad is probably also going to need some coordination before they go through. I'm not saying that they don't have it. They probably do. Because, this has apparently been in the works for some time now. Even then, this is their first match here in the esports club together as a team like this. And I'm sure that they are going to take a couple rounds just to get used to the flow of the way Jiravuya will attack. Speaking of Jiravuya, they're going to have an interesting time at hand as well. ESM Super, certainly, just looking at the roster, not one to be messed with, but I guess I've talked about this aplenty, and I've kept the man from the mic long enough. Baba, what are your thoughts? This is quite the interesting match, isn't it?
I mean, not just interesting, but also a very curious moment to see whether Dark Lord might be able to bring back the record. Because who knows? Maybe, there might be some magic that's going to happen. So I'm very excited to see if it's going to happen or not. Talking about Jittervuya though, being promoted from Div 3 to Div 2, they have a chance to do something about it. And looks like Taurus is going to start things off, eliminating Dark Lord immediately. An early kill. And looks like ESM Super as now have a major problem to deal with here. Dark Lord going down, the Jaeger, in which he was apparently in towards the White Stairs hallway, I believe. Taking down quite early would give Jittervuya an entryway towards the cigar and also on piano room, in which the Zofia is making their way. Lockdown though is trying to make an angle by making a hole in towards the desk. Unfortunately, he's been dealt with some major issues with the planks, which is not letting him give a good amount of information. And also he needs to be careful of those vertical lines of sight as well. Not quite sure what Lockdown is doing currently right now with the Alda. He's just trying to go for a parkour vault, maybe not, who knows. But still, it's just a lot of waiting time coming in from on the side of Team Jittervuya, trying to plan things out, trying to understand how many players are in the site, how many players are in towards the pillars. And looks like a nade will try to get a bit of major damage here from lockdown. Maybe it was used to try to take out the Maestro's evil eye cams. Maybe it was trying to get a kill, but still, that bullet hole though from lockdown, you'll be able to detect one, but not get the confirmation. Need to be careful on the skylight angle in which Ghost, oh boy, is already going in for the plant. Kuskit gets one, taking out Ghost, in which it would put Jetaviha in a difficult situation here. The diffuser has gone down, which would force the attackers to push in towards the side and eliminate the major threat, which is in towards Cocktail Lounge. The angles being made in which Cause gets one, taking out Hypertushi. The plant will come in from Gutsy. The huge pre-fire from the Alda claims one life, taking out Shockin, but it is too late. A 1v3 post 2v3 post transit, make that 2v2 lockdown with the Alda, claims the life of Gutsy, and he is now forced to reload, and that reload might take a bit of a time here. Supermando gets one, forcing Taurus in a 1v2, and he's going to win that gunfight after a long reload animation coming to an end, and also a win for ESM Super, winning it out on third floor bar by successfully disabling the diffuser. Round 1 goes to the favor of East Samurai Super, as also we take a look at it in the instant replay. Round 2 will proceed, and also a very close round that we did get to witness here. I believe the reason why Sledge did went in for the vault is mainly due to which he did not had those frag grenades, one of which it was used to try to flush out the Maestro, but unfortunately he didn't had yet another utilities to try to even contest the angle, in which he was forced to vault in and gets taken out with the Alda, in which Maestro was apparently reloading. And with it, round 2 will proceed. First for kitchen service will be the side, the OEA operator Dark Lord will be playing the Oryx with a 6 pick from Hypertushi, switching from the Jaeger to the Alibi. Now, this is a very risky pick coming in from ESM Super. Why? Because it's Jaeger. I mean, he is the most pick operator in the entire history of Siege. Not being able to pick Jaeger would give an opportunity for Jetaviha to throw their nades to get those kills. Currently, they only have 2 of them, in which Taurus have for now. If it works out, if they know that there isn't a Jaeger being played, they can mainly focus on trying to take out the operators, or also maybe try to take out those deployable shield, which is currently placed in towards the kitchen cooking, to hopefully get a better advantage. Now, talking about the vertical lines of sight, there's only Taurus, and also, I mean, you still have 3 players, the Taurus, Ghost, and God, to make sure that they'll be able to make those vertical lines of sight into towards kitchen cooking. The only difference is what kind of push that they're going to go on to. Will they push in towards bakery? Will they push in towards the freezer entrance? Or will they try to go in for a thorough sweep by heading in towards the third floor hatch, using the drones to get an access, trying to go for that roam clear, and then making their way in towards the hatches of Fireplace Hall, opening up the hatches, and then going towards the side. It is all up to it is all up to them to decide what they want to do, and looks like they're going to go for the third floor roam clear push instead. It is viable because they did see Dark Lord, roaming in from that specific location, so it is better for Jetaviha to clear out the roamers first and then head in towards the site. A viable option, but still it will take a lot of time with a huge number of drone mods, with a lot of timing, and also getting into towards the side, they need to worry about opening up the hatches as well. So a lot of work for Team Jetaviha to make things that time be fitting, but they still needs to worry about the operators as well. Currently into a second floor now, Dark Lord and Hypertushi decides to not hold in towards third floor, so they will make a stand in second floor instead. If they do get a kill, they've either have an option to go back, but we're about to find out where the drones will come in. The attackers are slowly making their way in second floor.
Tons of drone work being done here. Jetaviha knows that unlike the last round, they can't really afford to just sort of get into sight like that. Primarily, I say that because in the last round, if anybody was really noticing, Jetaviha didn't really clear a whole lot. They took a little bit of control of Piano, but even not enough to hold it in the post plant. And then after that, they just sort of went into sight, if you will. Got the plant off, but even then, holding post plant proved to be far more trouble than it was worth, as Taurus will find one. That's Hypertushi taken care of. Big drop as the Alibi goes down, and it seems like Dark Lord has in the meanwhile retreated towards the lower levels of the map. Nice and quickly, just making sure that ESM Super have all of their players available, at least most of them. Hypertushi unfortunately is a regrettable loss for them, but they wasted a lot of time from the side of Jiravuya. Vertical angles have not yet been established, and that's definitely going to be hurting this attacking team. If they can't get those vertical lines of sight in, they cannot flush out the defenders from key positions where they will otherwise be holding. Now, Mando, he's been droned out inside of Coach Check, so he's got to be careful in his position. He could get taken out any second now by an attacker coming his way. He could also take one or two out. That's the real question here. But the timer isn't going to allow that kind of back and forth. Dark Lord watching long. He's going to see the Ash. Can he take him out? No, missing so many shots. Both sides somehow gets a kill with the range on the shotgun pistol as Gutsy went down. And meanwhile, I'm not sure what happened there, ladies and gentlemen. Those going for the plan is going to get denied, and that's going to be the thing that makes the round go the way of ESM Super. Very, very messy right towards the end as... okay, for one, I have no idea how Dark Lord missed that many shots. Not what you expect from a player of his caliber, as you will. But at the same time, Jiravuya wanted to sort of push in the last 20-ish seconds with man advantage, and yeah, didn't exactly work for them, shall we say. Going through the hatch for the plan, trying to extend the timer, did not have enough cover. They got taken out one by one, and the plan was denied. The round went the way of ESM Super, who played it very much... very much predictably. They knew what they needed to do, and they did that.
Attackers need to locate and
Regardless
defuse
of
bombs.
Dark Lord's unfortunate incident, shall we say. But with all of that being said, ladies and gentlemen, it is 2-0 in favor of ESM Super. Round 3 will be underway as the site is a second floor reading and Fireplace Hall.
Second floor reading room will be the site for Jitterviha to try to get a win in this attack form. Since ESM Super did win 2 rounds on defense, it will be a very difficult moment for Team Jitterviha to make a recovery at this point, knowing that
10 seconds
especially at the execution phase, they've lost a post-plant 1v2, and now they've
5 seconds left before
failed
initiating.
to go for a plant into basement, into
Attackers are
first
moving
floor
to defuse
kitchen.
the bomb.
Now, the site being on second floor reading room, there is a chance where Jitterviha can finally take things under control. The only problem is that they need to deal with that third floor hold where Dark Lord and Melusi is currently holding on to that angle, currently holding on to that position with the help of some few utilities. The Maestro's, Melusi's Banshee deterrent at the beginning. Maybe there might be a deployable shield. That's why you have Dark Lord with the magnets to make sure that they might take take a lot of time dealing with the deployable shield. But they have those drone works. They'll be able to find out in the nick of the time. It shouldn't have much more of a problem as well. You see 2 drone works. Not a good drone works coming in from the attackers though. 2 drones in towards the piano. It would have been better to just 1 drone to just push in, but it's all right. The only thing is that there is a yokai drone giving way much more information towards their opposition team, in which the Ash finds it out, removes it, and Dark Lord takes out those 2 drones immediately. There's still 1 more drone, still giving good amount of good amount of information towards third floor bar. Super Mando is prepped and ready. Hyper to with the first frag, taking out Ghost. Eliminating Ace was apparently pushing in towards the third floor bar, and looks like Jitterviha is having a lot of problems dealing with these 2 irritating players. The deployable shield, which is not leaving Shocking in a very good state here. He doesn't have those breach charges yet, and you have lockdown with the support. Is it a good option? If some of these players eliminate at least one of these players, the C4 comes in, does it connect? No, the timing is what Ash is going to get into the better end of the stick. 2 kills for Shocking, taking out Lockdown, whereas Dark Lord gets 1 kill, taking out 1 specific player, equalizing the round yet again, 3v3 as we reach the 1-minute mark.
That was certainly quite the interesting push right there from God and Shockin, and they managed to pull it off. Admittedly, took me by surprise just slightly, if so, especially Lockdown somehow not getting the kill onto the Ash. Kuskid barely surviving right there, and he's actually gone back to try and peek that, I believe. He's going to get taken down by Taurus nice and quickly as... excuse me right there, as that is going to put the man advantage in the hands of Jittervuya. But Jiravuya with man advantage is still a team that needs to worry about whoever remains. And there you go. Hyper Tushy washing laundry. He's going to get the kill onto God. And the Ash will get taken out by Dark Lord with a good follow up. It's all down to Taurus, who's being slowed down by a Banshee. His position sort of given away, if you will. He could still go for the plant, and he will, in fact. With 10 seconds on the clock, he could even bait this, but no. He's going to try and stick it. Will he be spotted? Hyper Tushy! Hyper Tushy! Where are you looking, Hyper Tushy? What do you mean? Today has just been one of those days, ladies and gentlemen, where the inexplicable happens for the most mundane of reasons. I'm pretty sure nobody expects a player like Hypertushy to walk into sight, know that the plant has probably gone off or is going off, and he chooses to peek the rotate into laundry instead of the very obvious, default uniform sledge against a bright yellow bomb. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it at that. Round 4 will be underway, ladies and gentlemen. Jiravuya, once again, like I said, they may have man advantage, but they still need to worry about the last couple of players because they somehow, aren't quite able to get themselves into a position where they can take the round. I'm not sure what's happening right towards the end for them, but whatever it is, it certainly put them into a bad position. 3-0 for ESM Super. Excuse me, right there. Even though, ESM Super is they're certainly giving us a few questions to answer as well. But all things considered, they've taken 3 rounds. They're in the lead. That's what they'll be looking at right now. As the 4th round, we'll see us go back to 3rd floor bar. Jiravuya right now trying to take the round will be in some desperate times, but hopefully nothing that can... Excuse me right there. Hopefully nothing that will force them to call out some desperate measures. It could, we could start seeing a little bit more of that Operation Chimera meta. I certainly wouldn't discount it anymore after Demas Force started playing that Operation Chimera team so regularly in the previous season. But, whatever happened in Season 3, I guess most of it stays in S3. Right now in S4, Jiravuya knocked to 3 down, and they've got to make at least 1 round their own.
Well, they've got to make at least 1 win, especially on a site like 3rd floor bar. And we see Dark Lord think of going for a run out in towards the bakery entrance. So this might be able to get at least 2 or 3 kills, who is apparently rappelling in towards the piano. The ADS catches 2 of the utilities, followed up with the impact needs coming in from the Zofia to force Hypertoshi back in a specific position. Now the Dronos will be able to give some vital information till the white stairs, whereas Lockdown will be able to use the Maestro's Evil Eye Cam to deal some damage to Shocking, but not a lot. And Lockdown will be in the same position where he was in the first round itself. Gutsy and the Ace still in towards the cigar. The sledge needs to be careful of that run out, in which Dark Lord, I believe he's still in towards the bakery. He just needs that information, and looks like he'll just force him to go back towards the flank. The ADS yet again blocking one of the Ace's Selma breach charges, which would waste one of the utility. And looks like Cascade will be able to get his first frag. The SMG-11 claims the life of Taurus this time, where Taurus was the one who was getting those early kills. Looks like Jetterviha yet again in a difficult situation. 1 minute left. Jetterviha yet again in a very difficult situation. They think of going for a default, like near the plant of the bomb site, in which Ghost is doing right about now. It will succeed, but where is that C4? Where is that shot? The Jaeger is going to get taken down from the Nomad, but Cascade, on the other hand, uses the smoke nades to make sure the plant would not happen. Ghost, he is still staking the plant, in which he will fail evidently, as God takes 1, Lockdown gets the other with the Alder, taking out Shocking, and Cascade with the clean out, taking out God, as ESM Super will be relentless, winning round 4 defense yet again. And also we take a look at it in the instant replay. Cascade with 3 kills of the SMG-11 as we proceed to round 5. And also, to answer my question in round 3, if you want me to be the devil's advocate, Hypertoshi, I mean, with the SMG-11, when he was ADSing through the holographic sight, he did not see where the sledge location was. He thought sledge would have been planting near the desk side, so that's the reason why he went in for a pre-fire. And then he finally get to realize that sledge wasn't planting from the desk. He was planting in towards the nearby wall. So technically, I wouldn't say it was you know it was his entirely fault, because he didn't had exact information on where sledge is. So
Defenders, protect your bombs
yeah,
from being
that's
defused by
that's
attackers.
yeah, it's technically my devil's advocate at this point.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Devil's advocate or not, Baba, I no, not I'm sorry. Nothing can justify what Hypertushi pulled off in that last round. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to stop you in your tracks right there. Nothing, absolutely nothing can justify Hypertushi not seeing the sledge. But round 3,
seconds
whatever
to
happened in
insertion.
round 3, I guess we can talk about that later on. Right now, ESM really
seconds to
just
insertion.
dominating over Jitavuya, if you will, given everything we're
Attackers
seeing so
objective
far. And
is
Jitavuya did it
the
again,
bomb.
by the way. Excuse me, right there. They pushed in, did a little bit of a piano take, then suddenly decided to go for the plant with barely anything cleared. God is going to get Dark Lord in the meanwhile. Big drop indeed. I believe the man was going for a spawn peek, maybe, but he will be shut down. But point notwithstanding, they just walked into sight. Again, no cover, plant going off, nobody's watching first floor, you still have Smoke alive, you still have Maestro alive. What is happening? What is Jitavuya doing is my question right there. They are not, excuse me, ESM Super is certainly making some plays, right? Funny plays, good plays. They're still doing things. Jitavuya isn't really doing things so much as they're not. And they need to fix that ASAP if they even want to take a single round. Look at this. Where's the droning? Why are they not droning second floor the way they should be? How is Mando allowed to get that kill? How was Hypertushi allowed to get that kill on top floor? The drones aren't there. The shots are being fired. Finally, Mando will go down. A good take by Shockin, admittedly, but that was after somebody had already gone down. And there's Hypertushi, still walking around the building, still getting kills. He's going to hear the drop from the Ash in the meanwhile towards probably Laundry. And that is going to be, a little bit of a giveaway for the Ash. Shockin has to be a little careful. He's been doing what he can given the situation. But even then, man, I'd really like to say Jitavuya has not been impressive at all so far. ESM, they've been funny, but at least they've done the needful, if you will, to get the kill. And there you go. Hypertushi just comes on. There's a drone there. There is a drone right there. Why are they not using it? At least a sound cue. Hypertushi did not try to hide his presence up there. He knew no one was there. He didn't try to. He didn't know the drone was there. An audio call out? Anything? Nothing like that was seen. Hypertushi goes out to the hallway. Is he gonna be seen? He is, and does get taken out, excuse me, right there. As a Ghost will finally take that kill. 1 versus excuse me, they're 1 versus 2 now, as the Selma breach will go off as well. But there's only so much he can do in this situation. Low on HP against a Mute and a Maestro. Both of them are very much ready to take his head clean off. Second Summer Reach going off towards the red carpet hallway. A proximity alarm is going to give away his position towards the side of Small Bakery. That's given away a cue to the Mute that he can just peek with the shotgun. Maestro comes in as well, lockdown. He's probably going to see him any second now. And shots are going to be fired. There we go. Shotgun comes out. ESM Super will take round 5 very comfortably indeed. And I say comfortably, even though it came down to a 1v2, because that was I can't really say that 1v2 was something too much of a thing that ESM Super were worried about in that situation. 5-0 is the scoreline going into the 6th round. Jitavuya, there's not much I can say that I already didn't say without being overly critical of them, at least in this situation. We'll talk about more of these in the Relive the Moment later on, ladies and gentlemen. As right now, we're going to be going into the 6th round. 5-0 for ESM Super. They're really just taking this match by storm, and a comfortable storm it is too. As the second floor reading room and fireplace hall will be the site of choice, and the 6th round, the last round before roll stop, excuse me, is underway.
by attackers.
Oh boy. Not sure what to say here from Team Jet Reviewer, though. They've been making mistakes by mistakes for the past first half here. I don't know what's going on. There might be some problems related to their coordination. There might be something going on in their communications right now. But talking about the ESM Super, though, they have absolute zero problems dealing with Jet Review's style of attack. They've lost the post-plan situation in the first round. They've even lost
10 seconds remaining.
they couldn't even search for roamers out in the previous round itself, where Hypertushi got 3 kills with the MX4 Storm, even with the dronauts in towards the Cigar. There's not much more to say just yet. Team Jet Revuha, not quite sure what's happening in their minds right now, but yeah, like most of the time I always keep give some hope to the underdogs, but unfortunately, I don't see that light coming in from Jet Revuha's attack just yet. It's just the attack coordinations. I still have some hope, at least. I still have hope for Jet Revuha to at least win one. I'm still rooting for you guys, but still, you need to make sure that you don't make those mistakes again. That's the thing. What I'm really worried about right now. Currently, 4 of the attackers on the side of Team Jet Revuha made a decision to still be on towards the roof. The pre-placed C4 from Hypertushi will come in. It is currently just in towards the walls, which will be opened in towards the piano wall. The flashbangs will be thrown in towards the skylight, in which one of them gets caught with the utilities, as the yokai drones will be able to give some vital information. Will there be a C4? Yes, it does, but it's at the wrong location. And the attackers are slowly gaining momentum as they are slowly making their way in towards the cigar shop. They'll be able to meet with some vertical lines of sight. A lot of pre-fires being made from the attackers, but we see Dark Lord and the Melusi in towards the cocktail lounge, waiting for their attacker to, hatch a bait, hatch a plot. Hypertushi still in towards the white stairs, waiting for the attackers to make their play. The Selma breach charge is being used to open up the hatches, and also yet make another angle way to make one particular angle in towards the freezer. Now Cascade needs to be careful though, because the Ash has been dealing some major damage here with 2 lines of sights being made here. Gutsy with the first frag, taking out Dark Lord immediately, putting it in a 5v4. The smoke claims the life of Nomad, which would equalize the round count, putting it to 4-4. But still, they're losing a lot of time here, and they're only made that vertical lines of sight control just yet. Third floor bar is in their hands, but they haven't gotten control of the site just yet. Hypertushi is still looking at the angles, and Ash has figured out a way to find out one. That's going to be God taking out Mando, whereas Hypertushi yet again with the SMG-11 taking out Ghost, this time putting it in a 3v3 as we reach the 30-second mark.
Not a whole lot of time remaining for Jet Revuha to get in here and get things done, excuse me, right there. As they are trying to, Cuskit barely makes it out of a reading room right there, leaving that site all up to Hypertushi and Lockdown if he still has one of his yokai drones remaining. Shots will be fired, SMG-11, but no, he's actually going to go down 3 versus 2, but the Banshee is slowing the both of them down. Not a good situation to be in. The yokai has been in hiding for this long. It's about to come out any second now. It will, but it can't find him there. That's a bad angle for the yokai to be in. Suddenly it's a 1v3 as well. Lockdown, last man standing. Can he find one? Yes, he does. The Ash goes down, but it's a 1v2. He needs to find the last 2. Taurus is very low on HP. He could go down any second now, but Lockdown will push in towards reading instead. God fires. He's going to give away his position. Zofia hiding behind the shelf as the Buck will go above. The Echo trying to find what he can. Takes out the Claymore and whatnot. But he's still got to find the Zofia, and then you have the Buck playing above, trying to do vertical. That's a good kill from Lockdown, but he needs to look above any second now or go for the counter defuse. Something. He's not going to have enough time, and there we go. It's gone past the point of no return. He knows this. He's just going to stick it just, for posterity's sake, I guess. He's going to go down. Charles finishes him off. And Jet Revuha, very, very messily, will finally take one round they have taken, and ESM will not go into roll swap. 6-0 up. Match point is denied as they are 5-1, as we will see in the instant replay right there. 1 round to go to them for getting into that match point situation. 2 rounds to win, while Jet Revuha need to take 6 rounds straight to win this, and they only have 1 round's worth of leeway, and that's only because ESM has not hit match point yet. That's a lot. That's a lot to consider for Jirovuya. Not a good first showing for them in the slightest. And really, the only reason ESM
Defenders,
seemed to
protect your
lose
bombs
was
from being
because they
defused
seemed
by
to be,
attackers.
a little bit overconfident, a little bit cocky in that situation, peeking things they probably shouldn't have, and going for angles that they really shouldn't have, to, say the least. Regardless, the 7th round will be underway. ESM are now on the attack. Jirovuya on the defense. We're seeing a Goyo pick from Shocken, along with the Echo being brought in by Taurus. Nothing too special, alongside the, the standard op picks, the Malusi, the Smoke, and the Jaeger. Pretty standard for them. They really like to, they really like to go for these sorts of operator picks. That's what we saw from them in Division 3. But ESM Super might have something to say about this. How much they will be allowed to, though, is the question at hand, and we're going to find that out as round 7 hits action phase.
Well, with a total of 4 deployable shields, 2 in which is Goyo's Vulcan shield, and the other 2 is from Smoke and Echo. They have some good cover here for Team Jettervuha to hold their ground. One of them will be placed in towards White Stairs, the other will be in towards Piano, and whether the attackers must now figure their way. It's basically a Rubik's Cube for them to trying to find the right colors in the right side. Now we do see one of the players, which would be the Zofia, repelling in towards the windows of Piano. Now he just needs to wait for that drone works to see whether if there is those ADSs, the Jaeger's ADS being placed in towards the Piano, whereas Hypertoshi will be the one holding an angle in towards the skylight, holding towards the freezer. Now Cuskid, again with the sledge, opening up the hatches on both of those angles, whereas Supermando, interestingly enough, will be able to make a hole in towards the 2nd floor library and use the Ash breaching charge to take out one of those deployable shields. That is a very good angle being used, and also a very great kill coming in from Dark Lord, taking out God. That is one player down on the side of Team Jettervuha, as they've already lost 1 player on the side of the defense. Not looking too good though, because that is the player on the side of Piano taken care of, whereas Hypertoshi with the drone works will be able to give some vital information in towards the white hallway. And also a C4 being tossed out. I believe that should be from Shocking, in which it's not going to work out well though. The nade will try to take out the Vulcan shield, but unfortunately gets caught out from the Jaeger's ADSs, which would force another nade to take out those Vulcan shield. A lot of prefaz, as Dark Lord might be able to get this kill, but still there is that deployable shield which is still covering him from those gunfights. 45 seconds left. It's just a lot of waiting time here from ESM. There's still one repelled angle coming in from the Nomad, and also Dark Lord holding in from the freezer. Cascade, though, on the other hand, will be able to claim the life of Shocking with the help of the SMG-12. Will make his way in towards freezer, and also will be able to get the opportunity to take out Ghost. Yes, it does. Cascade will claim double kill, and also Supermando taking out Gutsy, as it all goes down to Taurus in towards the cocktail lounge all by himself. Doesn't have the Yokai drones, has information, and now he is cornered and gets taken out from Dark Lord himself. PSM Clipper, flawless round in round 7, where they'll be able to win 3rd floor bar and also get match point against Team Jettervuha in map Cafe Dostoyevsky. As we take a look at it in the instant replay, kind of stumbled my words there. We will proceed to round 8, where ESM Super is in match point, and the site for Jettervuha to defend will be on 1st floor kitchen service and kitchen cooking.
I like at least this little bit about Jettervuha right here. They know that 3rd floor bar really isn't going to work for them if they continue to apply the strategy that they did, which, all things considered, they might have had they gone back to that top floor. Seeing how ESM is playing, they've decided to, at the very least, change up the site, see if they can sort of disrupt ESM Super's momentum. But other than that, there's not really a whole lot to talk about from ESM Super side. They are just not really, they're not really getting it. They're not really getting there, if if you will. And Jitterbooya just has not been impressive in the slightest tonight. I mean, I remember back when they were in Division 3 in the previous season, we really, were talking about how going into the next season in Division 2, we're going to be interested to see how they, fit into the dynamic of this division, right? It's a big place to be playing, and it's a big, big upgrade from where you were. Division 3 to Div 2 is a huge leap for any team looking to make it big in the region, right? Unfortunately, that is not the case in this situation. And why I say that is because Jitterbooya against ESM Super, semi comprised of some parts of the old Naughty Indian squad, Dark Lord, from BTE, and all of that. It's a mission mash of players from various teams who, have joined this roster. It's just down to this roster being really good and Jitterbooya not so much. And it's just down to that. It's really just down to that. Excuse me right there. And it just comes down to that. And I don't really like to talk about teams this way. I'm pretty sure anyone can tell. I'm not used to doing it. More than that, I don't want to be saying this, but there's really nothing else to say. There's not a whole lot that Jitterbooya has given me to talk about in terms of their play. They've been making mistakes in droning. They've been making mistakes in the execute. They rarely ever cleared anything when it went to the third floor bar push, and then, well, it just all collapsed from there. ESM in the meanwhile, they've been doing what they do. They're already establishing vertical gameplay right now on the second floor. They have pretty much all the control they need. Claymores are out, and you have the air jabs as well. Excuse me out there. Air jabs coming out from themselves just to give them a little bit of coverage from down below. Probably a C4 or 2 will come their way from Gutsy or Ghost, or maybe even the Warden. Interestingly enough, there's a Warden pick, I just realized. And we have plenty of lines of sight being opened by ESM Super. They're just doing what they do, knowing that the main push is where it will all come down to. The only thing is, the time is of the essence. 55 seconds remain, and they haven't made too much headway other than breaking open the hatch. Mando coming down white stairs right now. He's going to see the one that is back here, one of the defenders. Not quite yet. The UMP firing off from Shocking. He's actually going to take some damage instead. Not a whole lot, he's still alive, and he's actually going to get one. That's Kuska taken care of as the airdrop goes off on the other side, but that's not going to lead to any defenders going down. Not quite. Oh, unfortunate, forgot right there. He tried to get away, but Dark Lord managed to find him with the entire mag being spent. As now, smoke grenades are going off. That's from the side of the attack, but Shotgun is still alive. But Gutsy will get the down. Taurus actually will get the down. Gutsy gets one more. In the meanwhile, Dark Lord falls as Taurus has been down, but the Nomad will go down instead. It's all down to this last Ash standing. Mando, he's going to get one. Can he get two? He's only got a few seconds. He needs to get into Cold Room and get this kill, but no time. No idea where the defenders were. And I have to say, as we will go into the instant replay, Jitterbooya actually played that fairly well. They didn't do a whole lot, gave away second floor control to the side of ESM Super because they had faith in their turtle hold defense. And credit where credit is due, it did work out. They lost a lot of gunfights that they probably shouldn't have, but other than that, they made it work at the very least, delaying what may or may not be the inevitable for this particular situation. 6-2 is the scoreline. Match point still confirmed for ESM, as third floor bar and cocktail lounge will be the site of choice once again.
Well, with Team Jitterbooya winning their first floor kitchen site, they are back in third floor bar. Round 9 will commence. And talking about Team Jitterbooya though, in the previous season 3, where when they were in Division 3, they had a total of 15 points. They won 5 matches, lost 2. The only difference was the round conversion rate, where they had a round conversion rate of 11. having that good, momentum promoting to Division 2. To be honest, though, it is not a good start here for Team Jet Review to be performing in Division 2, and that too going up against ESM
10 seconds
Super,
to go.
in which ESM Super also, they're also
5
making
seconds
quite a lot
left.
of mistakes here. All Jetterviha needs to do is to understand what ESM
Attacker's
Super is
objective is to
doing, the
locate
way
a
how
bomb and
they're
defuse it.
attacking, the way how they progress, the way how they use their drone works. This time in defense, they will somehow be able to scavenge at least one win on first location and also winning their first attack round in round 6 second floor reading slash fireplace. We will be seeing Team Jetterviha doing the same placements yet again, but this time the only difference is that we see less amount of deployable shield being used here. We don't see any deployable shield in towards piano. Maybe there might be some deployable shields in towards cocktail lounge or at freezer, but there is no deployable shield in piano. But there is two ADSs to get protection from those nades. A very interesting and also a curious kind of placements that Team Jetterview has been placed just as of now. But I think ESM Super has something else in mind here. Throws a smoke grenade followed up with the Ashes breaching charge to take out one of the deployable shield, which was in
Bomb
towards
located by
freezer,
attackers.
which would force Shocking to fall back in towards the freezer entrance. Now,
Bomb
Ghost
has been located.
will be in towards red stairs. He will know that there will be a drop in towards the red stairs hatch. He just needs to wait for the right time to go for that opportunity and gets those kills. And looks like Hapatushi has figured out a way to try to force Ghost to be in a different location in which it will succeed. But guess what is going to succeed more? It's going to be Shocking with the Vector SMG taking out Mando. An early kill, a very important kill, because that is the Ash taken down. No more of those breaching charges to take out the utilities in long range. They still need to worry about the other four players though. Cascade, who is almost very close in towards Cigar Shop, one little movement will give away his position via the Melusi's fancy deterrent, which it did give out. But if he goes out for that push again, it would alert his presence. Now, the Maestro's cam will be able to make a lot of noise in which Hypertoshi will be able to detect it, but he doesn't have that utility to destroy the Maestro cam. The C4 will come in, works to no avail. The ESM Super is losing a lot of time yet again. They're in a similar situation that they're in previous round, but this time they have a man count disadvantage. 40 seconds left. They've opened up the walls in towards freezer and also on towards bar. The nade will come in to force the player to go out of the bathrooms as it will detonate. God is still holding towards the freezer, gets one. Can he get the second in towards the bathroom? No, he does not. A barrage of pre-fires will come in towards the freezer, whereas Dark Lord gets one kill, taking out Shocking, puts it in a 4v3. 20 seconds left. They need to go for that push. Ghost gets one. Can he get the other? He gets flashbang out of nowhere. The bolt comes in from the Nomad, puts it in a 4v1 as Hypertushi is left in a very dire situation. 6 seconds left. Will be able to find one. Doesn't get the confirmation just yet. And with it, this confirms that Jetter Viha will be able to win yet another round of defense in third floor bar round 9. Let's take a look at that in the instant replay as we proceed to the next round, round 10. And with it, ESM Super is still on match point, and the site will be on second floor reading room since they did succeed winning on third floor bar and first floor kitchen. Reading slash fireplace hall will be the site for Team Jet Vieja. So whether or not this might be a chance for Team JV to make a comeback, but will it happen though? Let's find out in this round.
Well, how I sort of criticized the side of Jirivia for not really doing too much clearing on third floor bar and just trying to get in and go for the plant. ESM did the
Attackers need to locate
polar
and
opposite,
defuse
and I don't
bombs.
mean the polar opposite in a good way. I mean the polar opposite in a bad way. They cleared everything, and I mean everything. Reinforcements, all the utilities, everything that they could find in that region in piano, going into cold room, except for the defenders. The biggest part of the whole defense thing, the thing that really makes the round go, the defenders themselves, they forgot to clear that out, and time did not permit them to go for the rest of the play. They took far too long on two situations that I'm not sure if it's Jiravuya actually getting to them, which it could very much, very likely be. I wouldn't discount that option. or it could be ESM getting just a little bit too far ahead of themselves and losing sight of what allowed them to win those first few rounds. They're going to need to get that back if they want to be able to finish this match off quickly and not give Jiravia a chance to come back. And why I say that, excuse me right there, is because JV, they're a team that if you give them momentum, they will pretty much run away with it. However, again, it's ESM Super, a team that on paper and so far in this game, up until these last two rounds, has looked very, very strong indeed. Dark Lord, interesting place to start droning from. I believe he's just safe from the Pulse, who is just on the other side of that wall inside of Train Museum, giving away callouts to his teammates, but nope, he's been droned out and taken care of. Dark Lord will get the first kill, as God will be the one to fall. Excuse me right there. Struck down by the Dark Lord. You know, had to make that joke. As right now, it's going to put it in a 4 versus 5 situation. Jiravia themselves, yeah, that first kill certainly wasn't supposed to be that way. One would say that the Pulse should have probably moved as soon as the window behind him was broken. He probably should have heard that. But then again, you know, there's a whole bunch of factors that we currently have no idea of that could have gone into him deciding to stick to that plan that he had of giving away intel to the rest of his teammates. Right now, of course, ESM Super, they've taken the first kill. They still need to find Shokin, who is above on a 3rd floor. Without taking care of the smoke and making vertical control your own, they're going to have a very tough time indeed to get this round. Shokin. Interesting position right here, as Lockdown will actually get taken out by that. Well then, Gutsy goes down by Dark Lord in the meanwhile, as that is another kill taken for the side of ESM Super, but with Lockdown off the board, it's going to make things slightly more insane, if you will. Not insane, excuse me. Slightly more harder for the side of ESM. Well, actually, no. Harbor Tish is going to get one. That's a Shocking off the board, and is going to put it in these last 45 seconds in a 4 versus 2 that they are... yeah, they're just vibing, if you will. Oh, well, Hypertissue in the meanwhile. That's not a good place to plant. Not watching the footholds that have been made there. He's going to get taken down as Ghost tries to come in. He'll get the down as well onto Zofia, but now it's a 1 versus 3. All of a sudden, all down to Mando, and he will get it. ESM Super will be the ones to finish off the match finally, after a couple rounds of unfortunate incidents and, you know, moments of weirdness, if you will. But with all that being said, that is going to be it for this cafe match, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that, you know, right towards the end, we ourselves sort of lost whatever we were supposed to say when JV started making a little bit of a comeback, but unfortunately for them, it is not to be. E-Samurai Esports Super will be the ones to win Cafe Dostoevsky's match, the final match of the night, and that is going to do it for all of the matches of the night itself. Now, of course, we ourselves aren't quite done here. We'll be going into Relive the Moment to talk about the matches that we just had, of course. You know, talk about the rounds and whatnot, what went wrong and all that. And I'm pretty sure, you know, there's going to be some words to share about Jitter right towards the end here, given the way that they decided to push, the way they decided to play this match, this situation. Overall, you know, just to summarize everything, ESM did the standard stuff. They really didn't do too much special. Jitter just crumbled, as it were. You know, it shouldn't have been this way for JV, but, you know, at least they didn't, at least it didn't get dragged on for too long. At least ESM were like, all right, let's end this. Let's not drag it out too long and get it done. With all that being said, we're going to be going into Real of the Moment, and I believe no one better than Baba Gusta is present here to take us through this match that we just had. Baba, please take it away.
Yeah, well, starting off with the first half, this was where ESM Super won a total of five defending rounds here. They didn't had any problems dealing with Jettervia's style of attack. Most of the time, it was like there was only one round where they went in for that post plant and eventually fail in that. And also, there was yet another post plant. Yes, actually, there was 2 post plants, not on one though. Second was at second floor reading / fireplace hall on round 6, where they did succeed. But winning only 5 defending rounds, and the attacker, just like Jack said, like they didn't had much more of those drone works. They had even a drone works where Hypertushi was pushing in towards the hatch, the new hatch, to try to take out one or two specific players into that specific position to get those kills. But still, kudos to both these teams, especially Hypertushi, the man. He actually did get quite a lot of frags against this against the team against Jetravyuha. The same thing can be said to on the side of Jetravyuha too, because you have Taurus, who most of the time used to get early kills for like 2 to 3 rounds, and then afterwards it didn't quite work out well with those early counts as well, because every single time you see an execute coming from Jetravyuha, they're mainly focused in going towards the plant. Yes, going for a plant is good, but it would be better if you had some cover or used a smoke grenade to block lines of sight, so they'll be able to go in for the cover and then hopefully force the defenders out in a post-plant situation. The main problem that I do get to see from Jetravyuha is that they don't have cover when they're trying to go for the plant. They don't they lack of coordination, in which I don't want to sound mean here for Jetravyuha. Most of the time, yes, it was working well in defense. They did try to make a last stand, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. And yes, this was the last round where we did get to see Taurus just waiting for Lockdown to go for that defuse so that he'll be able to get the kill. And technically there's nothing much more to say about Team Jetravyuha. They did try their best. They did try to get early kills. They almost got in towards the site, and then they just start to get taken out either from Hypertushi or from Dark Lord time to time again. There was some moments where I had to appreciate how well Jetravyuha were defending on first floor kitchen, but ESM, they just immediately dominated it. I mean, they always start pushing in, going aggressive. We did get to see that great angle being made there from Super Mando, especially on third floor bar, trying to take out the breach charge just by rappelling in towards the pillars window, making a hole towards the library wall. He used the Ash breaching charge to go in that long range to take out that deployable shield. Is how you see E-Samurai Super so well versed, so resourceful, and has such good map awareness. The only problem that they have to deal from ESM is the way how they coordinate when it comes to those last execution rounds, especially on attack though, because we did get to witness how how poor their execution phase were on attack. But then in the end, they did try to recover those rounds, by they just had to only win 2 attack rounds, in which they did winning third floor bar by pushing very aggressive, getting an early kills. And then we did get to witness the last round on second floor reading / fireplace hall, where it was a lot of mess, but in the end they recovered it in fine fashion. All in all, a good game coming in from ESM Super, 7-3 against Jetravyuha. And talking about Jetravyuha though, this is not the end of the world just yet, JV. You still have a chance. You still have many more matches to go, and I still have hope in you guys. I still have hope that maybe by revisiting the world, you'll be able to understand what happened and come back stronger in the next match. So yeah, that would be it for Relive the Moment, and also the end of the stream as well, just to take a good highlights on what exactly happened here. Clickbait versus Red Vipers, Map Clubhouse 7-8, maximum overtime. Throw Syndicate versus L2K 5-7 in Map Villa, and then at the end we did get to witness Jetravyuha versus ESM Super 3-7, and that concludes today's stream. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We did, so did Jack, and also our admin Foxy and our admin Eisen. As we'll be right back with the next stream here. Until then, stay tuned and good night.
We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart, 'cause I know we won't make it out. I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out. We've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. alright, so let's move on. It's 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 alright, so let's move on. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey, it's alright. We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. 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 We head for the sky, it's alright. Our wings wouldn't fly, it's alright. If we are crashing down again, pieces of love, it's alright. Scattered in mud, it's alright. You're giving me a lie again. And tell me what you want, this time I won't take it to the heart. Cause I know we won't make it out, I've heard it all before. Yeah, tell me what you want, let me hear that I'm the only one. You know that we won't make it out, we've heard it all before. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. Hey. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright, so let's move on. It's alright, so let's move on. It's alright, so let's move on. It's alright, so let's move on.